Chapter 341. Before the gates of Qingchen Temple. A crowd numbering in the hundreds gathered here. Everyone was trying to squeeze into the temple to take refuge. Most of them brought their families, with the cries of children rising and falling, painting a scenario of extreme hardship. A few Taoists at the entrance tried to persuade the crowd with all their might, hoping everyone would seek help from the police station. However, the appearance of a few police officers in the crowd made them lose the intent to keep persuading. The police station has also encountered troubles. The chief has fled to the provincial city, and now there are only a few barely maintaining order in the station. The rest are either missing or already here. A middle-aged police officer with deep-set eyes looked utterly exhausted, having not rested in a long time, and spoke with a sense of helplessness. "We are police officers, that's true, but we are also human with families of our own." Zhang Xia stood at the entrance of the Taoist temple, blocking the surging crowd along with a few other Taoists. Watching this scene, her heart was also heavy. Taizhou was her hometown, the place where she grew up, and she would never wish for such calamities to occur. Taking advantage of the moment the Taoists negotiated with the crowd, she lifted her head to survey the distant urban area. The city had become eerily quiet at some unknown time, with hardly any open shops in sight, and a pitiful lack of pedestrians and vehicles on the streets. The situation erupted last night, with many people in the city falling ill and developing fevers for no apparent reason, along with inexplicable convulsions and foaming at the mouth. The hospital checks turned up nothing. A middle-aged female Taoist whispered beside her. "What about the other senior brothers and junior disciples?" Zhang Xia asked. "No cell signal, others are unclear too. Senior sister Zhang Ying has only just returned. You can see the situation for yourself," the female Taoist replied. "Zhang Ming was seriously injured and hasn't recovered yet. Zhang Rou is in closed-door cultivation, which is very important and cannot be disturbed. But now it seems that he has been notified too. The rest, even if they come out, wouldn't be able to handle much." Zhang Xia was speechless, as those inside the Taoist temple sketching talismans were almost smoked out from the frantically hard work. But it was still not enough to meet the huge demand from outside. "Do you know what exactly happened?" she asked. "Not sure. According to the hospital's tests, everything appears normal, but the only thing of some use now is the spirit avoidance charm, which can alleviate the pain of the people outside and calm them down. Other talismans are almost ineffective," the female Taoist replied. Zhang Xia wanted to ask more, but suddenly saw Temple Master Yu Hen, along with a few elderly Taoists from the Yu generation, hurrying out of the main hall and approaching the gate. She promptly stopped and made way. Yu Hen and the others looked solemn as they walked quickly to the gate and looked up into the distance. "The array has detected very strong spiritual fluctuations, attempting to interfere with the entire Taoist temple." Yu Hen spoke in a grave voice, not even glancing at the throngs at the gate. "Have you found out where it is?" Umo asked quietly from the side. "Not clear, but we're certain it's in that direction, even though we're unable to observe it," Yu Hen answered in a low voice. To the eyes of all the magicians present, a massive gray column of smoke was seen rising into the sky in that direction, reaching up to the heavens and grounding to the earth. The Yin Qi sky pillar. It was also the sort of thing the Seven Evil Alliance had been trying to open in various places. It was like a volcanic vent bursting through the crust. Unless enough pressure was released inside, the pillar would not dissipate or cease. This heavenly pillar had materialized for several days now, and everyone was suspecting that it was the source of the problems. "Temple Master." Suddenly, Yu Zhong seemed to have discovered something. He took a few steps forward, crouched down by the entrance, and gently wiped the ground. Something happened here before. He sniffed his finger under his nose. More than half an hour ago, this place should have held potent spiritual remnants that ordinary people can't see. Here? Right at the entrance. Yu Hen and the others looked incredulously at Yu Fang. "My fear shadow detection ability is strong. I wouldn't be mistaken," Yu Fang nodded. "Here, under our noses, at least two massive spiritual forces, far exceeding any usual bounds, fought a short but fierce battle against each other without our noticing, Yu Fong said with an ugly look on his face. The good news is, nothing's wrong now, which means they either bore no ill will or didn't have the inclination to pay attention to us, Yu Hen said reassuringly.
No.
Temple Master, one of the spiritual fluctuations has clearly entered our threshold, but was then forcibly pushed out by another force, Yu Fong replied. He looked more closely at the spot.
No.
Not pushed out, but rather both forces disappeared right here. Another force came crashing down from above, forcefully offsetting the former with such precise control. It was so strong that it kept us from noticing until everything was over. Anyway, as long as we're safe now, it means we're fortunate, right? With the Inchi sky pillar opened, any bizarre and troublesome events could happen, Yu Hen said, taking a deep breath and managing a weak smile. But his expression turned even uglier upon recalling the recent response from the Taoist sect. Right now, the only ones left to fight were these old bones. Zhang Ying and Zhang Ming were both injured and couldn't carry on. There weren't many disciples left capable of shouldering the burden. Under such circumstances, the Taoist sect actually denied his request for reinforcements, stating that the entire region of Yasong was faced with situations that needed support. Look! What's that in the sky? Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted urgently, pointing at the distant horizon. Is that a black cloud? Why is it falling down? Some of the temple's magicians realized something was amiss. Good heavens! It looks like locusts. I've seen this before when I was a kid. Why are there so many? The crowd began to stir violently. Everyone looked up to see the black swarm, thick as mist, descending like clouds of locusts. Although in the eyes of ordinary people it was just black clouds, the abnormality of its descent was enough to frighten anyone. The sky above the entire neighborhood around the Taoist temple was quickly obscured. Seek cover, careful! Yu Hen suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs. He spread his arms wide, and a giant bird of flame soared from behind him, transforming into a phoenix-like red glow, charging towards the swarm of locusts. That was an array, a large-scale offensive array belonging to the entire Qingchen Temple, the Red Phoenix Spirit Charge Formation. A red phoenix soared into the sky, shooting flames that only magicians could see into the locust swarm. Whoosh! Great flames collided with the black cloud of locusts. The locusts turned into black smoke as they burned away, but more swarmed in from all around. The red phoenix rapidly weakened, shrinking, and was on the verge of failing to hold on. Quick! Into the Taoist temple! Yu Hen took the opportunity to usher everyone into the Taoist temple. Ordinary people didn't know what was happening. They couldn't see the red phoenix or the locusts, only a black mist suspended in the sky that stood still and did not descend. At this moment, being called upon, everyone panicked, jostling each other, suddenly pouring into the Taoist temple. Over 300 people, like a stream of water, swiftly entered the Taoist temple. Bang! The heavy doors closed and were locked. By now, the red phoenix in the sky had completely dissipated, and countless locusts finally dove down again, like arrows, pouncing towards the Taoist temple. Strangely enough, this black cloud of locusts attacked only the Taoist temple, leaving the surrounding houses completely untouched. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. On the sea, headquarters of the Seven Evil Alliance, the floating island. A navy blue behemoth of a ship, much larger than ordinary cargo ships, was the core headquarters of the entire Seven Evil Alliance. At this moment, the Alliance hierarch Long Qingzi was smiling as he watched the Inchi sky pillar he had released. It doesn't seem like black disaster is coming out. He turned his head to look at the female masked in black tight clothing, who had a distressed expression. Impossible. I clearly provided the black disaster calling ritual disc. The sealing point that was activated was also the black disaster. The woman muttered to herself, appearing somewhat mentally disturbed. She merely wanted to unleash the black disaster, deplete the spiritual power of the Taoist sect, and avenge her family. But now, as the stir created by the Inchi sky pillar grew greater, she suddenly realized that what she might have unleashed was not just the black disaster, This doesn't seem like the Yin-Chi sky pillar of the Black Disaster. The woman gazed at the sky pillar, increasingly certain of her judgment. Ah, you're not wrong in your feeling. Indeed, it's not the Black Disaster. Long Qingzi raised an eyebrow. I saw the Spirit Disaster ritual disc and thought it might be a bit more interesting, so I switched it. He smiled with a hint of amusement, looking at the woman. How does it feel? Quite surprising, isn't it? The woman stiffened. Spirit Disaster. No wonder she felt something was amiss. She only intended to take revenge on the Taoist sect, not to destroy the world. Why would you do this? Have you gone mad? The outbreak of a spirit disaster is far more dangerous than a black disaster. The woman couldn't help but cry out loud. Isn't it interesting? Long Qingzi laughed. This world, like a calm, deep pool, is often too tranquil. We could use some waves now and then. Interesting. Do you have any idea how many people will die if a spirit disaster occurs? The woman clenched her teeth, her body turning cold. Merely for the sake of amusement, a more troublesome spirit disaster had been released. Her previous arrangements had all been tailored against the black disaster, and now, with the predominance of the spirit disaster, most of her arrangements became ineffective, and over a decade of preparation turned useless overnight. Now she, like everyone else, had to struggle for survival unprepared in the face of the spirit disaster. See, isn't your reaction right now quite interesting? Long Qingzi spoke again. Life shouldn't be too dull, splendid and grand. That's when you see the extraordinary in each person. Only then is there enough thrill to make everything more exciting. You madman! The woman gritted her teeth. Thanks for the compliment. Normality is about conformity. But as for me, what I enjoy the most is breaking the rules. Long Qingzi spread his arms, as streaks of invisible sharp currents continuously spun and howled around him. What is madness? It is excitement, brilliance. It is dazzling and colorful. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. 2 days later, Qingchen Temple's branch. Yu Hong was sitting cross-legged in the quiet room. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. At this moment, his spiritual power was on the brink of a crucial transformation, and in just a bit more than 1 day, the final change could be completed. And at this moment, the changes in the environment of the city district also made him feel that something was off. The readings on the multimeter, red value and spiritual fluctuation, had both reached double digits. This indicated that the surrounding environment had entered an extremely dangerous state. The dragon lizard sent out has returned. Everything normal? Yu Hong narrowed his eyes. Had it not been for the multimeter's readings, he might have been deceived by the dragon lizard's feedback. But now, looking at the readings, the dragon lizard's feedback was very problematic. What is it? Interfering with my judgment, and also cloaking the entire Qingchen Temple. Suddenly, he stood up and walked to the door. Thump thump. Someone was gently knocking on the door outside. Chapter 342. Alliance Hiérarche. We have arrived. Cheng Shu's voice came from outside the door. Sorry to call you all here at this time, Yu Hong said softly. We are the Mutual Aid Alliance after all. You shouldn't be so formal, Red Snake hurriedly replied. How many brothers and sisters have arrived? Yu Hong asked. Only the nearby magicians, a total of 36 people. Cheng Shu replied quickly. What's the strength of the brothers and sisters who have come? Yu Hong asked. Including the enhancement from Spirit Light, it's hard to calculate since we have never fought to the limit. Cheng Shu replied promptly. In that case, it really is difficult to assign roles. Yu Hong pondered for a moment, then in a tone as if he just thought of something, he said, It just so happens that Qingchen Temple might be facing some trouble. Could I ask everyone to go and check it out? Of course. Cheng Shu and Red Snake outside the door dared not say a word of objection. Especially Cheng Shu, who used to think she understood Yu Hong, but as spirit light was extracted and disobedient people started dying one by one. Seeing Yu Hong's expression unchanged, as indifferent to the death of a person as if he were looking at an ant, not moved at all. At that moment, she realized that everything she had understood about Yu Hong before was just an illusion. By the way, Can you dial this number for me? There's a problem with the local base station and I can't make contact. Yu Hong continued. Of course, Chang Shu quickly said. Yu Hong reported a number and after confirming it repeatedly, he watched the two leave. Only after the two had completely left the courtyard did he turn around and looked at the thin and sparse rays of five-colored spirit light in the mid-air. The five-spirit spring was nearing its end. Using only physical strength to launch a surprise attack, and maintaining mental consciousness without moving should not be a big problem. Whoosh! In an instant, his figure silently disappeared inside the quiet room. The various anomalies had already indicated that something unusual seemed to have occurred outside. Moments later, after leaving the courtyard, Chang Shu, holding a mobile phone, drove a long distance away and only got a signal at the edge of a field in the outskirts. Chang Shu started to input the number on her cell phone. Do you really want to go to Qingchen Temple? Something feels off there, like it's shrouded in a gloomy fog. Red Snake couldn't help but ask beside her. You think we can choose not to go? You dare not go, Chang Shu retorted. Red Snake was instantly silenced. I sensed a very strong Yin energy from there, and a Yin Qi sky pillar has suddenly erupted nearby. I suspect Qingchen Temple might be facing a serious problem. Despite our increase in strength through spirit light, I'm afraid we are still. Chang Shu fell silent. Indeed, what Red Snake said was true. Although these people's strengths were enhanced by spirit light, and their own strength had greatly improved compared to before, in comparison to the previous Dao Seed disciples of Qingchen Temple, they were similar, and even when compared to the strongest Dao Seed elite, they might still be lacking. Their only advantage was their numbers. Such strength against the black disaster that even Qingchen Temple couldn't handle would likely not hold up. It's a death either way, we might as well run away, Red Snake whispered. Chang Shu said nothing but dialed the entered phone number. Dial. The phone started to ring. She parked the car by the golden field, waiting for it to connect. Soon, after two more rings, the phone connected. Who? The voice of an old man with some age to it came through. The Mutual Aid Alliance hierarch gave me this number and asked me to call you to resolve the trouble at Qingchen Temple, Chang Shu said quickly. There was silence on the other end. I understand. Click. The call ended. Chang Shu frowned, the other person's attitude displeasing her. But considering that Yu Hong had to call this person alone, the person on the other end was definitely not an ordinary character. Hope it helps. She sighed. The two turned around and rushed towards Qingchen Temple in the city area. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Taoist Temple, where many magicians from the Mutual Aid Alliance had already arrived. But to their surprise, the entire Taoist Temple was empty, with closed doors. Someone stepped forward to knock on the door, but there was no response. Chang Shu checked the time. Just past 3 in the afternoon. She looked around, and the streets were sparsely populated with very few people and vehicles. This part of the city seemed to be very off. Assistant, should we break down the door? A strong magician asked Chang Shu. Everyone there had seen each other not long ago, and each of them had a significant increase in spiritual fluctuation. Clearly, the replenishment of spirit light had healed their bodies tormented by side effects and also rapidly enhanced their Taoist skills. Among them, 2 even seemed to be nearly as strong as Chang Shu herself. She was, after all, one of the strongest wild mages that had come together initially. Knock again and send half to the back and side doors to check, Chang Shu contemplated. The group rapidly divided to head to the other doors. But those doors were also shut tight. Thud. Eventually, a magician raised his fist and smashed open the main door of the Taoist temple and entered. The others followed suit into the courtyard. However, the courtyard remained empty, not a soul in sight. Something's wrong here. Chang Shu frowned, looking around. Indeed, something's wrong. Suddenly, an elderly voice sounded from behind the group. Here, just over 20 minutes ago, there was residual spiritual fluctuation of living people. The voice seemed to move instantly, appearing once again in front of the crowd. All the magicians were startled and gripped their techniques. ready to act at any moment. Their eyes were all focused on the black-robed old man standing by the incense burner. The old man wore a pure white mask, with only his eyes exposed and nothing else. "It is normal for you to be weaker and not perceive it." The voice of the old man was calm as he raised his right hand. "Let me open it, to witness this legendary spiritual domain." Boom! Suddenly, he opened his hand quickly and clenched his fist. A circle of black ripples exploded from the core of the fist. Wherever the ripples passed, the ground beneath, incense burner, surrounding walls, and the entire Taoist temple, all underwent a drastic change in an instant. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Elsewhere in the courtyard, Yu Hong suddenly felt a premonition. The Qing Huang is coming. His expression softened. Within the Mutual Aid Alliance, Qing Huang had completed her spirit light, arguably the strongest master in the entire alliance. Originally, she was already stronger than the sect hierarchs of the Muddal sect and other top temple master-level experts. Now, having restored her spirit light, her biggest weakness was entirely covered. The increase in her strength was almost unimaginable. "Hopefully, she won't disappoint me." He closed his eyes gently once more, immersing himself in the final phase of transformation. Moreover, the spiritual hypnosis cultivation technique strengthened by the black mark was also completed. The transformation sharpened his natural talent. With the enhancement period over, his strength would soon soar to new heights, leaving no shortcomings in terms of spiritual power. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Within Qingchen Temple, an isolated spiritual domain. Screams, cries of agony, wailing, begging. Amidst the cacophony, people were dodging the swarms of locusts dive-bombing from the sky. But there were too many locusts. They fell like raindrops, tracing black lines through the air. Even if some hit the ground, they could swiftly flutter their wings to take off again, continuing their assault on anything alive. The dark mass of locusts created chaos throughout the Taoist temple. The few remaining Taoists were gathered around the temple master and others, forming an array. A strong spiritual fluctuation converged, creating a protective technique that shielded the scarce dozen or so individuals. Zhang Ying, Zhang Ming, and Zhang Yun were all there, supporting each other, faces pale as they watched the catastrophe unfold. "Still can't contact the outside?" Yuhen shouted loudly. "No way. It seems like something is blocking us here. We're getting no response to our signals. Even the satellite equipment is useless." Two middle-aged Taoists wearing glasses quickly answered from behind. "Is this the spirit disaster?" Zhang Ming dazedly watched as the massive crowd outside the array barrier was consumed by locusts that entered their bodies and subsequently collapsed. Qingchen Temple's array could not protect so many people. Even they could only fend for themselves, let alone care for the rest. The dense screams made this place seem like hell on earth. Bodies littered the ground, old people, adults, children, regardless of status, attire, or prestige at this moment. Perhaps it was the most egalitarian moment in human existence. Crack. Just then, their array, the transparent barrier stopping the locusts, cracked open with two fissures. Several elders of the Yu generation paled and simultaneously spat out a mouthful of blood. "It's not just locusts. Something else attacked us just now." Yu Hen was the first to realize something was amiss. His gaze pierced through the chaotic courtyard to a figure slowly approaching in the near distance. The person's body was a blur of flesh and blood, hair disheveled, with only half a clean face still visible. "It's him, the Muddal sect expert who chased after me before." Zhang Ying immediately recognized the figure. "He wasn't rushed to death?" She stared incredulously, as if trying to discern whether she was seeing things incorrectly. No matter how she checked, she was certain this was the guy previously killed by a monster. "Ning Ruofei. You are Ning Ruofei." Ni Hen identified the person's identity, face filled with shock. Regardless, Ning Ruofei, as the sect hierarch of the Muddal sect, was a true temple master-level magician beyond the bounds. And now, without replying, Ning Ruofei just maintained a stiff smile, lifted his hand, and pointed at the transparent barrier formed by the array. Wah! Suddenly, a piercing baby's cry erupted from behind the barrier. Temple Master level overwhelming spiritual power, like a pressing wind, instantly spread over everything. It also encompassed the position of Qingchen Temple's Taoists. The spiritual force forcibly compressed their consciousness, causing a momentary cessation in their thoughts. This was short-term consciousness shock, resulting from a vast gap in spiritual power. Though it lasted for only a second, it was enough to create a huge flaw in the array barrier. At the same time, a giant mud-colored baby, seemingly molded from earth, appeared outside the array boundary and took advantage of the situation to smash its palm against the barrier. Far surpassing the spiritual fluctuation levels of an ordinary temple master, the force was concentrated in this palm strike, transformed into a semi-transparent, shapeless wave of force aimed directly at Yuhen, Umo, and the other senior Taoists inside the barrier. Regaining their senses from the mental shock they came to, but it was too late when they saw the massive palm closing in. The baby's meter-wide, mud-colored hand brutally smashed into the surface of the barrier. Boom! The barrier shattered. The small hand fell straight down. Boom! A large explosion erupted among the Taoists, a savage force carrying some sort of malignant contamination, the spiritual fluctuation like a bomb, all at once enveloping every Taoist inside the array. Zhang Ming, Zhang Ying, Yuhen, Umo, and all the others were engulfed in its reach. One by one, their heads burst open like watermelons, red and white splattering everywhere. And so, the strongest remaining force in the entire Taoist temple was, in an instant, completely annihilated. Ning Ruofei's smile became even more distinct as he dispersed the gigantic baby, turning his sight towards the other ordinary people hiding in corners. Turning around, he didn't pay any attention to the living. He started walking slowly in the direction of his departure. Pat, pat. Abruptly, his step halted, and he stopped, looking down at his chest. Unknowingly, a huge gaping hole had silently appeared in his left chest. Within the hole, where his heart should have been, there was nothing at all. How is this possible? Ning Ruofei uttered in a hoarse whisper. Clutching his left chest, his entire body began to weaken as he dropped to his knees. With the heart gone, this body also lost its support and energy core. Thump! He fell forwards, consciousness gradually blurring. In a haze, the world before his eyes began to rapidly change. Like ashes in a fire, the scene shattered into fine black particles that whisked away like smoke, revealing the true sight beneath. The empty courtyard of the Taoist temple reappeared once more. At the center of the courtyard, it's been a long time, a figure of an old man wearing a white mask, his back to Ning Ruofei, stood just meters ahead. Ning Ruofei, you have weakened. Chapter 343. You! Ning Ruofei wanted to speak, but with his heart already removed, he had lost the strength to talk. He tried to say something else, but his body suddenly swelled up and within a second, it exploded like a balloon. Boom! His entire body burst into countless wisps of black smoke, dispersing into the air. This black smoke didn't fly away. Instead, it, along with all the surrounding locusts, converged into a single point above the Taoist temple. Numerous locusts turned into strips of black smoke, frantically merging into this point in midair. Qing Huang raised his head slightly in surprise, squinting as he looked toward the sky. You all should leave here first, he said. In front of him, Umo, Yuhen, and the others were still holding up the array barrier, completely unharmed. Clearly, everything that just happened was merely an illusion from Ning Ruofei's last moments of consciousness. Yuhen wanted to say something else but was immediately pulled back by Umo. At a time like this, regardless of the opponent's identity, they had to leave first and talk later. The group bowed to Qing Huang together. We are indebted for your rescue today and will certainly repay it. Qing Huang waved his hand and simply turned around, walking toward the point in the sky. Whoosh! In an instant, the black point shattered, and a figure landed firmly on the ground. It was Ning Ruofei, who had just lost his heart. At this moment, he had no wounds on his body. His skin was deathly pale, covered with dark red patterns resembling roots. It's you, Senior Qing Huang. I didn't expect there to be a day when you and I would stand on opposite sides. Ning Ruofei seemed to restore consciousness, a harmonious smile on his face as he looked at Qing Huang. What gave you the audacity to speak to me like this? Qing Huang's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. And now, what do you amount to? Ning Ruofei chuckled. Now, I feel very comfortable. I can feel an endless power surging from my body. Endless? Qing Huang sneered. Boom! In an instant, a sea of gray-black spiritual power rose behind him, rushing out toward Ning Ruofei. Hidden within that black sea, there seemed to be countless densely packed white spirit light threads. He had actually, in a short period, discovered a deeper usage of the spirit light, directly using it to substantiate and enhance his own spiritual power. With both tactics combined, his momentum and power now were at least a level stronger than before. Spiritual technique. All phenomena are shadows. Qing Huang formed a seal with one hand. Spiritual power far surpassing before surged and enveloped his entire body. His eyes behind the mask glowing with a hazy white light. The vast black sea completely covered the entire Taoist temple, bringing up a giant shadow, like a titanic black wall, crashing toward Ning Ruofei. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. In Taizhou City on the street, Yu Hong stood quietly in front of Qingchen Temple. The Taoist temple before his eyes seemed enveloped in a transparent gel-like substance, unable to break free. As expected. He glanced at the passers-by around, and no one seemed to notice the anomaly here, just like no one saw that gray Yin-Chi sky pillar in the distance. It seems the situation is inevitably deteriorating, and this disaster doesn't seem like the black disaster. He stood before the anomaly, yet the red value on his universal meter hadn't significantly increased. Instead, the spiritual fluctuation value suddenly soared by about 5 to 600. This represented that the peak internal spiritual fluctuation could reach this degree, and the peak spiritual power of an elite Dao Seed magician was only about 50 to 60. Moreover, Chang Shu and the others who went in earlier are also nowhere to be found. It seems this place has already been isolated by some power. Yu Hong focused on the Taoist temple, contemplating a way to break the stalemate without using magic or inner qi. A few days ago, the situation was still stable. Suddenly, the Yin-Chi sky pillar erupted recently, leading to a surge in various cases, and even attacks on the Taoist temple. Clearly, someone was targeting him, especially during the time he was in seclusion. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such coincidences in the world. It seems it needs to be reported to the Taoist sect in advance. The Black Disaster is a horrifying calamity capable of destroying the entire world, and this must be informed in advance. Although Yu Hong didn't consider himself a benevolent person, if something didn't harm his own interests and could help others, he wouldn't refuse to do it. Slowly walking to the temple gate, he reached out, bending over to pick up a small, black piece resembling a plastic shard from the ground. So it was here. A realization dawned on his face. He held the black piece in his palm, clenched it, then opened his hand again. The piece had disappeared without a trace. At the same time, within the invisible heavenly river beside him, a black fragment quickly appeared. The fragment, like a seed, absorbed the river water and grew as the wind blew. In just a few seconds, the fragment reformed into a massive black one-eyed lizard, swimming slowly in the heavenly river. In the seemingly endless heavenly river, it took only a few seconds and Agrias, who was previously reduced to debris, was fully restored as before. However, sensing the newly restored dragon of Xiangolf, Yu Hong suddenly felt something was different. It seemed this creature looked somewhat different from before. It was the eyes. Suddenly, Yu Hong noticed the difference. Previously, Agrias's eyes were dull and lifeless. Now, the massive lizard moved like a real living creature, exuding a sense of ease and comfort as it swam. Yu Hong squinted his eyes, extending his hand. His fingertips pierced into the heavenly river in front of him and touched the slowly swimming Agrias. A foggy, pure will immediately transmitted from its body. The will was indistinct, and at the moment of contact, it seemed to convey some inexplicable emotions. Come. Here. Come. The emotions conveyed by Agrias contained no words or text, just such vague thoughts and ideas. Yu Hong withdrew his hand, and with a thought, black smoke quickly permeated from under his feet, dispersing and releasing the just restored Agrias once again. He let it hide nearby in its black smoke form. Meanwhile, he circled around and entered through the side door of the temple. The temple was empty and even the side door was not fully closed, just slightly ajar. The prior Taoists, novices, and hosts were all gone. However, to his surprise, there was still a worshipper in the courtyard. It was a middle-aged man with tea-colored sunglasses and graying hair. He wore a white suit, with glossy black leather shoes, and his well-groomed beard conveyed the aura of a successful individual. Seemingly hearing Yu Hong's footsteps, the man turned his head and looked in his direction. "Are you the Taoist here?" he asked softly. "There's no one here. If you came for incense, you might need to come later." Yu Hong, having entered here, vaguely sensed the spirit light from Qing Huang and the others. Knowing they were safe, his heart calmed down. Upon hearing the inquiry, he answered normally. At this time, he was still wearing the standard robes of a Dao Seed disciple, so it was normal for others to identify his status. "Coming later, I'm worried there might not be anyone," the middle-aged man said. Yu Hong squinted his eyes, detecting certain undertones in his words. "The guest seems to know something?" "The little Taoist is quite perceptive." The man smiled. "Just returned from outside?" "Yes. How did you know?" By now, as Yu Hong sensed closer, he had already vaguely felt the spiritual fluctuations from Umo, Yu Hen, and others, and his heart settled. Determining everyone's safety, he focused his attention on the middle-aged man before him. "Besides, the temple isn't open for guests, and you entered without permission. Isn't that inappropriate?" "I never knock wherever I go." The man laughed. "The little Taoist is interesting. May I ask what brings the guest here?" Yu Hong continued to ask, ignoring the man's arrogant demeanor. By this point, both knew each other wasn't simple. Entering here at such an apt time and remaining so calm and composed, such a person couldn't be considered normal. "I followed a friend here and accidentally discovered something." The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow with a smile. "Do you think I should reveal what I found, or keep it to myself?" He seemed to be referring to the changes in Qing Huang. In a short time, Qing Huang could leap from being a top-tier temple master level with significant flaws to a higher level, sparking interest with this secret nobody could resist. Yu Hong remained silent, already forming a guess. "What benefit is there for you to reveal it?" "Not revealing it might bring more benefits." "Oh? So sure I would be swayed by benefits?" The middle-aged man expressed interest. "To be precise, up to now, I have never seen anyone not tempted by this kind of benefit." Yu Hong revealed a slight smile. "Interesting." The middle-aged man also smiled. "Then I should have a good look." Suddenly, he looked toward the center of the courtyard in the temple. "Looks like it's for another time I should leave." Snap. Suddenly, he raised his hand, catching a small paper ball thrown his way. Unfolding it, he saw a series of phone numbers written on it. "No matter what you're here for, when you face insurmountable troubles, you can call this number." Yu Hong's voice floated from a short distance away. "Interesting. It's been many years since anyone dared to be so elusive in front of me." The middle-aged man's eyes revealed a hint of fresh curiosity. He gave Yu Hong one last deep glance, then turned and slowly walked out of the temple. Before long, his figure exploded like a bubble and disappeared into thin air outside the temple gate. At the same time, the air in the courtyard blurred and distorted. An unexpected black figure appeared, wearing a white mask, his aura surging, causing the air around him to twist and rotate rapidly due to intense spiritual fluctuations, forming an invisible airflow. This person was Qing Huang. There was a faint trace of blood seeping from his left shoulder, a slight scent of blood permeating his robe. Upon appearing, He immediately saw Yu Hong in the courtyard and quickly lowered his head. Alliance hiérarche. You've worked hard. It seems you faced a troublesome opponent. Yu Hong asked with curiosity. I have a preliminary confirmation now. The spirit disaster can occupy and strengthen the bodies of any creature it kills. Earlier inside, I encountered the Mud Doll sect hierarch, Ning Ruofei. Qing Huang briefly explained the recent situation. Yu Hong also described the person he encountered earlier. It was him? Qing Huang's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. If it's him, it's no surprise he would say such things. Oh, Yu Hong asked, surprised. What's his identity? The alliance hierarch should know that the strongest in our seven evil alliance is Long Qingzi, the alliance hierarch, and the seven evils, correct? Qing Huang spoke in a low voice. So, he's one of the seven evils? Yu Hong realized. Chapter 344. Indeed, this man is named Zhao Yanjun. He appears young, but in reality, he is a 97-year-old man, explained Qing Huang. Zhao Yanjun is nicknamed Heaven's Hand. His Taoist skills are similar to Supreme Forgetfulness, modeling after the Celestial Heart. On the surface, he seems gentle and humane, but in fact, he is extremely cold-hearted, selfish, and profit-oriented. Then, their appearance here, what does it mean? Yu Hong asked. I fear that I came too hastily, which aroused their suspicions. Qing Huang said, now completely considering himself one of their own as his life and death rested in Yu Hong's hands. After a pause, Yu Hong understood. Among the seven evils, Zhao Yanjun's uncertainty about how dangerous Yu Hong was led him to refrain from rash actions and thus, retreat. Let's not worry about him. You've had a tough time, Yu Hong said gravely. How's the situation inside? The spiritual domain is dissipating. There shouldn't be much trouble left. Just that, many ordinary people have died. Qing Huang said cautiously. You've had a hard time and you are injured too. Go back and rest first. Yu Hong nodded, understanding that casualties among ordinary people were inevitable in such disasters. He turned to look in the direction where Zhao Yanjun had left, sensing a massive hidden spiritual power there. It seemed to notice his watchful gaze, and then moved away to the far distance. The opponent's spiritual power was extremely exaggerated, and his Taoist skills might be very high. Yu Hong didn't feel he had exerted any spiritual power, but it seemed that Zhao Yanjun had still sensed something amiss. Indeed, Yu Hong had already been ready to directly take action to deal with him. Surprisingly, the other party was unexpectedly agreeable. He was unwilling to sever the refinement process of the five-spirit spring. Thinking this, Yu Hong turned back, looking at the Mutual Aid Alliance members continuously appearing in the yard and the many corpses brutally disfigured. Zheng Ro, called out his weak teacher, Umo. Master! Yu Hong's expression tightened, and he quickly moved forward. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. A few hundred meters away from Qingchen Temple, at a breakfast Baozi shop. Zhao Yanjun, one of the seven evils and known as Heaven's Hand, pushed open the glass door designed to keep out the cold wind, walked past a few tables where customers were eating baozi and rice porridge, and sat down at a small square table at the very back. Someone was already sitting there, currently engrossed in eating food. How did it go? Did you notice anything unusual? How did Qingchen Temple eliminate the Mud Doll sect? The man raised his head slightly upon hearing footsteps, revealing a strange appearance with buck teeth, a flat nose and skewed eyes. For the situation in Taizhou, the Seven Evil Alliance had calculated that even with the support of high-level experts from Zai Palace, Qingchen Temple should not have been able to resolve the Mud Doll sect so quickly. Moreover, they even had the Dark Sky Master, Qing Huang, make a move afterwards. Yet, the result was a complete defeat. If not for the success of their previous strategy to deceive the public, the plans in Taizhou could have ended in failure. There was foreign interference. Zhao Yanjun pulled out a chair and sat down. His lips didn't move, but his voice strangely reached the other person's ears. Did you see the person? The ugly-faced man continued to eat his rice porridge baozi. His voice also transmitted through the air. Zhao Yanjun didn't speak, only picking up the teapot and pouring himself a cup of hot tea. However, his hand trembled slightly as he poured the tea, the fingertips tightly pressing against the handle of the teapot, turning somewhat white. He was actually trembling, one of the top 7 of the 7 evils, second only to Long Qingzi, with a status and strength comparable to the 9 sect masters. Such a top-level magician, who could have been revered as a true monarch in ancient times, was actually trembling in fear from just one meeting. The ugly man was stunned, watching Zhao Yanjun's trembling hands, and even stopped chewing for a moment. "What did you encounter?" Zhao Yanjun calmly placed his hand on the table after pouring the water. "Just an ordinary-looking young Taoist." He paused. "On him, I saw something extremely terrifying. Endless light, endless darkness, and some kind of twisted and evil mystic fluctuation, which made me hallucinate at the first glance. Self-induced spiritual vibration, activated by the instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm. Hallucination?" The ugly man's voice also turned solemn. "Yes," nodded Zhao Yanjun. "I was originally just tracking Qing Huang to see what he was up to. But then, suddenly this happened halfway, and I immediately broke into a cold sweat. Luckily, that creature, that monster, I managed to manipulate him first, playing a role-playing game with him, and he also pretended to be an ordinary person talking to me. He pulled out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. After acting along with him for a while, I tried my best to appear natural, and when I found an opportunity, I immediately got away. Among us 7, you, old Zhao, are the most level-headed. If I had gone first, I definitely couldn't have been as natural as you," praised the ugly man. "It was a sudden inspiration," Zhao Yanjun sighed. "That monster, it felt like a huge time bomb to me. A little provocation could directly explode, destroying the entire city. No, the danger I felt might be even greater. How could such a monster exist in this world? Could it be one of those beings from ancient times?" The ugly man didn't doubt his companion's words. They had decades of friendship, and he knew Zhao Yanjun very well. "Anyway, we still need some solid evidence to confirm the situation here. Otherwise, it'll be difficult to report back to the Alliance hierarch," he said gravely. "I don't want to deal with that guy a second time. Now that the Yin Chi Sky Pillar here has been opened, since that creature didn't intervene, let's just leave it be. Let's just report back and pretend nothing happened." Zhao Yanjun directly refused to continue. "That works, but if the Alliance hierarch asks, just tell the truth. The Alliance hierarch is a monster, that guy is a monster, let them fight it out themselves. I actually think that with the Alliance hierarch's mental state, he might find it interesting," Zhao Yanjun said with a laugh. "All right then." The ugly man also thought of something and began to laugh. He was actually curious about the creature his companion mentioned, thinking that if he could just take a glance from afar, it might be more convincing. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. 2 days later, Qingchun Temple's annex. Yu Hong was sitting cross-legged in the quiet room, with 5-colored spiritual power flowing into him like a phantom, completely merging into his body. This signified that the 5-spirit spring had finally accomplished its intended effect, completing the last step of awakening his talents. Yu Hong sat still, eyes tightly shut, as earth-shaking transformations were taking place inside his body. As the 5-spirit spring's final integration completed, a layer of 5-colored fluorescence suddenly appeared on the surface of countless cells. Subsequently, the activity of the cells surged like crazy, skyrocketing like a rocket. The self-healing activity inside the cells accelerated to 10 times its normal speed, astounding in its swiftness. A feeling of refreshed clarity, as if one had just woken up from sleep, rapidly filled Yu Hong's brain. He opened his eyes, about to stand up. Suddenly, a stream of information flowed out from the black mark on the back of his hand. Bathed in the 5-spirit spring, special trait acquired. Extreme summoning. Extreme summoning, when using any summoning technique, the number of summons can be decided autonomously. Multiple summons are allowed within the bounds of the Daoist skills, only applicable within the Qingchun's Guanwu skill system. It worked! Yu Hong hadn't expected that the five-spirit spring would trigger a prompt from the black mark, nor did he expect this talent to be a special trait. At the same time, his spiritual power sharpened, and this moment marked its complete culmination. Though there had been some delays due to external distractions, everything went smoothly without any interruptions. Whoosh! Imperceptibly, a thin circle of spiritual power radiated outward from Yu Hong like a gentle breeze. He stood up, feeling his consciousness and thoughts clearer than ever. Memories from long ago could be vividly recalled. Special trait acquired. Spiritual sharpness. Spiritual sharpness, calculated against the normal mental strength and density of an adult male as 1, when the density and strength of spiritual power reach 100, it undergoes a qualitative change, immune to all influences from techniques with a spiritual value below 100. Yu Hong felt a wave of relief. His days of rigorous cultivation had finally paid off. He now possessed 5 special traits, and even without inner strength or any other abilities, his traits alone could exert extraordinarily formidable power. Creak. He pushed open the door, and the people of Qingchen Temple had long been waiting outside. The Taoist temple had been attacked before, and although it was rescued by Qing Huang, there were still considerable casualties among the ordinary adherents. Fortunately, with timely rescue and assistance from the Mutual Aid Alliance, the situation in Taizhou's urban district was relatively stabilized. After the defeat of Ning Ruofei, who had been possessed, the massive swarm of locusts began to slowly disperse. The residual parts were also purified through the collective efforts of everyone. Now, Yu Hong finally emerged from seclusion as the current strongest talent of Qingchen Temple. His status was already quite special. Moreover, this retreat was to break the limit of spiritual power and step into the 7th level temple master level. Therefore, it brought greater expectations to everyone. At this moment, out in the small courtyard, Yu Hen, Yu Mo, Zhang Ming, Zhang Ying, Cheng Shu, and all others were present. Everyone eagerly watched Yu Hong as he walked up to Yu Mo. "Teacher, I have fulfilled my duty," he said, bowing with a fist in hand. Yu Mo opened his mouth, wanting to respond, but could not utter a word. Only those who had truly experienced it knew the importance of strength in this era. Especially during these challenging times, a stronger force was desperately needed. He reached out and firmly patted Yu Hong on the shoulder. Qingchen Temple, from now on, finally has its own temple master-level practitioner. We've succeeded. We've finally succeeded. Yu Hen suddenly opened his arms and laughed loudly at the side. Others thought he was happy because of the breakthrough to temple master level, but actually, the elders of the Yu generation knew it wasn't just for that, but also because the key 5-spirit spring had been successfully absorbed and integrated. These two achievements combined signified that from today onwards, Qingchen Temple would welcome a top genius with unprecedented talent. In this era of frequent disasters and worsening environments, the emergence of such a talented disciple might just be the turning point for the rise of Qingchen Temple. Zhang Ming, Zhang Ying, and other disciples watched this scene without jealousy, feeling a faint sense of pride. When the gap becomes large enough, jealousy turns into recognition and admiration. And indeed, the current situation desperately needed a highly skilled magician capable of stabilizing the situation. Chapter 345. Everyone stepped forward to congratulate him. Cheng Shu and the others from the Mutual Aid Alliance stood a little farther away. Their support was mainly on the grounds that Yu Hong had joined the Mutual Aid Alliance, and they came to provide assistance. When questioned by the Temple Master and others, their responses were vague, just slurring over. They said everything would wait for Yu Hong himself to explain. When Yu Hong was asked, he excused himself by saying that he would elaborate after he completely finished his spiritual sharpness enhancement. At this moment, he had finally completed the enhancement and merged with the 5-spirit spring. After a round of congratulations, Yu Mo looked at him and finally lowered his voice to inquire about the Mutual Aid Alliance. "Zheng Ro, be honest with me. What is this Mutual Aid Alliance for? Why are they willing to risk their lives and rush here to save us? Friendship alone is not enough." The smile on Yu Hong's face slowly settled. "Actually, this relates to a secret technique I inadvertently discovered in a ruinous cave. He had also considered imparting the spirit light to Qingchen Temple, but now, in such an adverse environment, any increase in strength matters. As long as he does not disengage or extract the spirit light, it can perfectly amplify anyone's external power. Then there's no need to say more. UMO interrupted him. Your own stuff doesn't need to be explained clearly. What's more pressing now is to clean up all the big and small cases that have erupted throughout Taizhou. Yu Hen quickly added from the side. Furthermore, his gaze turned towards Yu Hong, his expression solemn. Zheng Ro, whether in strength, talent, or temperament, you are now truly among the top of our sect. Your power has now surpassed us old folks in one fell swoop. Hence, I intend to, right here, pass on the position of Temple Master to you. Ah? As soon as these words were spoken, it was not the elders who reacted, but rather the disciples and people like Chang Shu from the Mutual Aid Alliance who exclaimed in surprise. Clearly, the elders had already discussed this, but had not revealed this secretive news. Yu Hong was not moved but seriously considered the current situation. His original purpose was to infiltrate the upper levels of the Taoist sect and obtain the method to completely solve the Black Disaster's resurrecting ability, which he had now achieved. In other words, it no longer mattered whether he entered the upper echelons of the Taoist sect. The only thing he wanted to do now was to warn the Taoist sect about the horrific nature of the Black and Spirit disasters. Fundamentally, the people of this world had not realized that the Black and Spirit disasters could completely destroy everything. They only considered Black disaster and Spirit disaster as a kind of natural catastrophe with a wider range in classical books. They assumed that even if left untreated, it would eventually pass over time, entirely unaware of the extent of damage the source disaster could cause. How about it? Zheng Ro, do you dare to accept it? Yu Hen said in a deep voice, his gaze fixed on Yu Hong. To appoint a disciple who joined less than a year ago as the Temple Master, despite the many trials and tribulations the candidate may have faced, was quite a bold move. Yu Hong fell silent, looking around the circle of people. What's there not to dare? Now, his only remaining purpose was to stop the Black Disaster and Spirit Disaster from destroying this place and to leave a thought, a possibility to relocate here and live, for everyone in Hope City and himself. Being able to succeed as the Temple Master means he has made his mark within the Taoist sect, and he would also be qualified for direct dialogue with the higher-ups. Isn't this exactly what he wanted? Good. Immediately he nodded firmly. Asterisk. 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 After Qingchen Temple suffered a spiritual domain attack, it was greatly injured for a time. While no one died, everyone had consumed a huge amount of energy and more or less sustained injuries. However, to everyone's surprise, the other ordinary people around the Taoist temple who were not affected did not suffer any injuries. It was just a scare. Many people who were sick also gradually got better, as if nothing had happened. Only those who were unfortunately wrapped in the spiritual domain earlier had died. A small portion of them. The survivors were greatly frightened. Fortunately, with the full support of the Taoist temple, those frightened people recovered to their normal state in just a short week. But once the calm was restored, everyone was greatly puzzled as to why the outbreak of the spiritual domain seemed to have only endangered Qingchen Temple in the surrounding area. Inside the quiet room, Yu Hong quietly took over the purple gold lotus crown, representing the position of Temple Master, and placed it gently on his head. At this moment, he was dressed in a white and gold-threaded Taoist robe, with a large black and white Tai Chi diagram on his back. His long hair like a waterfall and his burly stature like a bear made the normally loose Taoist robe look quite snug. Around him, Tao Seed disciples of Qingchen Temple, a few disciples who had cultivated Taoist skills to the Golden Jade level, and many managing Taoists and ordinary Taoists, gathered together to witness the occasion. Beyond that, at a further distance, stood the high ranks of the Taoist Association of Taizhou and local government officials. To show respect, the government sent its second-in-command, the mayor of Taizhou City, Mr. Lu Qingwen, to attend the ceremony. The two special commissioners had returned and left early. After passing the status-symbolizing purple gold crown, Yu Hen recited a blessing and words of encouragement according to the ritual, before letting Yu Hong bow deeply to the ancestral masters and the enshrined nine-palace soul-devouring venerable. Next, please welcome Mr. Lu Qingwen, the mayor of Taizhou City, to the stage for his speech. Lu Qingwen was a pale-faced, weary-looking middle-aged man. On the day when the spiritual domain erupted into chaos, he was the first to flee the city with his family. Although he has returned, he is still listless from the shock. After going on stage, he barely managed a few words before stepping down to buy talismans from the old temple master Yu Hen. The rest of the people from the Taoist Association did the same. The so-called association was actually mostly composed of the Qingchen Temple and a few official magicians. The official magicians, despite not being affected by the unveiling of the spiritual domain, were also quite frightened. Yu Hong surveyed the crowd and sorted them into different factions. Government officials, civilian magicians, the Mutual Aid Alliance, members of Qingchen Temple, and the recording Taoists sent by the Taoist sect to bear witness. An hour or so later, various cumbersome procedures were barely completed. Guests slowly dispersed and returned, each carrying a spirit talisman gifted by Qingchen Temple. The only certain effective ones now are three types of talismans: the Spirit Testing Talisman, the Catastrophe Spirit Talisman, and the Spirit Avoidance Charm. These talismans each have different effects. The Spirit Testing Talisman can detect anomalies related to the spirit disaster. The Catastrophe Spirit Talisman can identify the spiritual domain. The last one, the Spirit Avoidance Charm, helps alleviate effects and slows down the condition after being affected. The one given to people here is the Spirit Testing Talisman, which can detect irregularities and allow immediate escape to Qingchen Temple. In the afternoon, most of the people had dispersed, leaving only those from Qingchen Temple. People from the Mutual Aid Alliance had also left early, quietly waiting for instructions. Yu Hong took off his temple master attire, keeping only the small Taiji gold seal ring. According to what the old Taoist Yu Hen had said, this ring is a medium that can open many secret vaults within the temple, very important. Now within Qingchen Temple, there are a total of 4 secret vaults, corresponding to talismans, Tao artifacts, gold, and grains and oils. These are wartime reserve supplies, and can only be accessed by the temple master's authority when urgently needed. Yu Hen walked alongside Yu Hong, carefully explaining the old foundation of today's Qingchen Temple. On the bank account, the temple still has around 4.3 billion in liquid funds. According to the earnings from various shops and mines, the monthly income is over 400 million, with expenses of 360 million, leaving little surplus. The incense money from the gold and jade patrons amounts to 4 million monthly. Occasionally, there will be large donations at the end of the year, but it's also possible to have none, so we don't count on it. The overall management is overseen by Yu Fong. The financial management is overseen by Yu Zhong. The preservation of strategic supplies is the responsibility of your master Umo, and he also oversees the transmission of skills to the disciples. In terms of personnel, there are 4 Dao Seed disciples, 236 Golden Jade disciples, 72 officiating Taoists, and 194 escort staff, all of whom require monthly salary and provisions. They form the key pillars supporting the entire operation of the Taoist temple. There have been many accidents during this period, and we have incurred significant funeral and resettlement expenses, which may require some deficit spending. Yu Hen sighed. I understand. Yu Hong nodded. Don't worry about the money. What about the experts? According to the 7th layer of Guanwu skill as Temple Master level, apart from you, there are 5 people close to Temple Master level in the temple, which are us old folks. 2 elite Dao Seed individuals, Zhang Ming and Zhang Ying. Although Zhang Ying has lost an arm, her Taoist skills unexpectedly benefited from a misfortune, making a breakthrough to a new level, and her fear shadow has significantly increased in strength. I estimate she has a chance of trying for spiritual sharpness within 2 years. That's too few. Yu Hong shook his head. This amount of strength is easily crushed by real experts. Without the temple's main array, these people would have been wiped out countless times by now. We know it's not enough and there's nothing we can do. Yu Hen said helplessly. The inheritance Dao artifacts are not something anyone can take, and our Taoist realms fluctuate so much they're utterly unstable. In fact, Qingchen Temple does have experts. Among the Yu generation who left before, 3 of them could break through to Temple Master level at any moment. But they were expelled due to ideological differences. Yu Hen admitted somewhat embarrassedly. Where are they now? Yu Hong asked. I heard they are acting as reclusive Taoists in some villages in the north in Fucking province, helping people with geomancy and healing, Yu Hen replied. Is there a chance of inviting them back? Asked Yu Hong. It's difficult. Yu Hen showed a troubled expression. Yu Hong pondered. If these experts who could break through at any moment had the addition of spirit light, then they would be 3 solid Temple Master level experts. In fact, my master once said that at Temple Master level, his personal experience was that the main competition at this level lies in the profundity of techniques and the strength of will. As for Tao breath, actually, everyone is more or less on the same level, not much difference. This is also why the 3 of them left. They believed that my reforms to Qingchen Temple were not conducive to cultivating the will of the disciples, leading to a decline in the quality of successive generations. Yu Hen said helplessly. Your Grandmaster does have a point, Yu Hong agreed. You all don't know anything. What can you do without money? Without this money, Tan Tran Pagoda would have been finished long ago. Vu Han suddenly became angry. Aha, your methods make sense as well, Elder. Yu Hong nodded again in agreement. Whose side are you on exactly? I support both sides, Yu Hong said. But trying to earn money means no time to temper oneself. And tempering oneself leaves no time to make money. What to do? Yu Hen said helplessly. Actually, there is a way. Yu Hong pondered. Chapter 346. What? How did the Taoist sect of the Heavenly Master Mansion achieve both strength and stability while also making money? Yu Hong asked. Are you saying? Yu Hen's eyes lit up as he thought of something. Yes, exactly that, Yu Hong said with a smile and a nod. Indeed. I had forgotten that we now have the strength to collect protection fees ourselves, Yu Hen said excitedly, slapping his thigh. Yu Hong's smile faltered. He never said anything about collecting protection fees. Wait, Master Uncle. Why should we collect protection fees? Isn't it you who said we should learn from the Heavenly Master Mansion of the Taoist sect? But I didn't mean to collect protection fees? But that is exactly what they do, isn't it? They demand tributes from everywhere to support the entire Taoist sect. Isn't that protection fees? Yu Hong was left speechless. So what do you want to do then? Where will the money come from if we don't collect? Yu Hen could tell that Yu Hong had objections. There's no need to be so disagreeable. Since we can make money from talismans, why not strengthen that aspect and delve deeper into it? Yu Hong said in a low voice as he strolled. Talismans can only go so far. There's only so much we can produce, we cannot increase it anymore. Yu Hen furrowed his brows. If we want to raise the price with that little efficiency, people won't buy them if we raise it. Simple talismans are something both the Taoist sect and other magicians can make. The complex and difficult ones, ordinary people can't use them, requiring the Tao breath to ignite. Don't worry, I'll handle this. Yu Hong narrowed his eyes, having a vague plan in mind. Yu Hen opened his mouth to ask, but seeing that Yu Hong didn't seem like he wanted to continue, he didn't inquire further. I'll leave the various matters to you, Master's uncle. I plan to go check the Yin Chi Sky Pillar later to inspect the situation. Yu Hong said. The Yin Chi Sky Pillar. Yu Hen had been intentionally avoiding this key point. In truth, it was impossible even for those at the Temple Master level to get close to the Yin Chi Sky Pillar. Its vast radiating Yin energy was enough to extinguish all Taoist magic techniques like trying to ignite fire underwater, instantly snuffed out. Thus, in such a close-range environment, magicians below the Temple Master level were no different from ordinary people. Approaching meant waiting for death. This was also why Qingchen Temple had been inactive after the outbreak of the Yin Chi Sky Pillar. It wasn't for want of trying, but rather the inability to act. But now, Yu Hong had broken through to the Temple Master level, and his spiritual sharpness could resist the corrosion of the high concentrations of Yin energy, meaning he should be able to get close and observe something. Be very careful, Yu Hen said in a deep voice. You are the greatest hope of Qingchen Temple for hundreds of years. If you encounter danger, make sure to prioritize your own safety first. Rest assured, I understand.
Yuhong nodded.
He had long intended to investigate the Inchi sky pillar, mainly because the disaster that had erupted was not the black disaster he expected, but a spirit disaster. There must have been some unusual changes that occurred, so he had to investigate in order to determine the subsequent developments and prepare in advance. And before he went to investigate, he needed to make some preparations just in case. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Hope City World. Inside the safety house, Yuhong coughed a few times, somewhat unaccustomed to the toxic air here. But his strong body quickly adjusted his lung function, and the coughing stopped. He glanced at the familiar first floor of the safe house. The fireplace system, the boxes of supplies, the large communicator on the table, dried cockroaches, dried lizards, dried vegetables, and the kettle with half of its water still boiling. As well as beyond these, the faint humming of the enhanced nuclear power machine in the air. The warm and soft white glow made the entire safe house seem exceptionally quiet and peaceful. Yuhong walked up to the door and pulled open the peephole. Through the reinforced glass, he could see the white ruins of the stone castle, frozen into mounds, and not far away, the ultimate gate continuously emitting blue light. Several creatures that he couldn't identify, resembling large dogs covered in ice-blue spiky fur, were crouching by the ultimate gate, busy gnawing on something, uttering whimpering sounds from time to time. Sigh! Yuhong sighed involuntarily and opened the door. He stepped out just like that. The sub-100-degree below zero temperatures instantly made his body tense up, but he quickly adapted. Only his hair and eyebrows were instantly frosted. That was a trace of moisture in the air freezing into frost. Crunch, crunch. Yuhong stepped steadily towards another side cave next to the safety house. There were 3 side caves in the camp altogether. One was used for storage boxes and other miscellaneous items. One was where Zhang Qiang lived, and the last one was his target for this visit. Standing in front of the side cave, Yuhong glanced at Zhang Qiang's door.
No movement.
There was also no sound of breathing or heartbeat inside. Obviously, the mysterious girl had gone out to do something. Yuhong turned away and reached out, pressing his hand on the stone door of the cave in front of him. With force. Crack. The place where the stone and the crack of the door were frozen emitted a faint sound of ice layers fracturing. A pungent acid smell wafted out from inside. Boom! Yuhong pushed the large stone aside and looked inside. A massive cluster of densely packed dragon lizards had completely blocked the cave, motionless. All the dragon lizards were like sculptures, intertwined with each other, forming a solid block over 3 meters tall and of unknown thickness. Yuhong could not recall how many dragon lizards this nest had produced, as he hadn't visited for a while. Seeing that the cave was almost too full, he suddenly realized that if the environment was suitable, these dragon lizards could potentially become a weapon of mass destruction. It's time to use you. Yuhong stretched out a finger and lightly touched the surface of the solidified dragon lizards. Invisible spirit light quickly flowed into all the dragon lizards, helping them enhance their resistance to cold. Crack! A layer of transparent ice shattered from the surface of the outermost dragon lizard and fell off. Thud! The first dragon lizard landed lightly, shook its head, and lay down in front of Yuhong as a sign of submission. Followed by the second, the third. More and more densely packed dragon lizards were waking up. In just a few minutes, over 300 dragon lizards had squeezed out of the cave. Yuhong exhaled a cloud of white breath, opened the door of his security shelter, and had the dragon lizards line up to quickly enter it. He had already positioned the dock of the black ship within his cave. The dragon lizards lined up, quickly crawling into the mist inside the cave, crossing the short mist-wooden bridge, and speedily boarding the black ship stationed in the Black River. Boom! As the last dragon lizard crawled into the cave, Yuhong shut the door, took a final glance at the ultimate gate outside, then stepped forward into the mist. Soon, the mist dissipated, and the interior of the cave returned to its previous appearance as a layer of security shelter. There were still more dragon lizards left, but Yu Hong only planned to bring 300 this time. The rest were left behind to protect the camp. At the primordial Heavenly Master Mansion, Mo1, the temple master of Jinshao Temple, with his wild and messy red hair draped over his shoulders and carrying a freshly bought large pot of honey wine, knocked vigorously on the wooden gate of an annex within the Heavenly Master Mansion. Lu, open up. You've been secluding for so long. Everyone's going to go dumb from isolation. He reeked of alcohol, his face flushed and ears red, yawning from time to time, clearly having stayed up drinking again. Bang, bang, bang. No matter how much he knocked, there was no response from inside the courtyard. Lu, Mo called out again, now starting to pound the door. Temple Master Mo. My master went out 2 days ago to clean up resentful marks. A teenage Taoist, approaching from not far behind, cautiously reminded him. He went out. Mo raised his eyebrows. Strange, I had an appointment with him. We agreed to drink together at this time. Even if he went out, Lu usually calls to notify me. About that, the disciple is not sure either. But my master left in a hurry. It seems he received a very troublesome and urgent notification. The place he went to is also quite remote, probably with poor cell phone signal, the young Taoist explained. Fine, what a bother, Mo said impatiently, waving his hand and turning away with the wine pot. The young Taoist watched as the other man disappeared from view. Mo and Lu Jinshuan have a profound friendship. Persuading him would be challenging. It might be best to eliminate him too. A voice rang in the young Taoist's ear. Not just him. There's also Kong Jun of Yunshan Temple, Su Ling of Qingxia Palace. Their Taoist magic techniques pose significant obstacles to our plan. The young Taoist's lips stayed still, but an aged voice sounded beside him. Additionally, Zai Palace, along with Night Pool and the Pool of 10,000 Spirits, both are indispensable. With the limitless power of the Night Pool supporting it, devouring the latter is the only way to truly achieve immortality. The spiritual techniques of Zai Palace have a significant restraining effect on spirit disasters. I've calculated it. They might become the biggest variable. The voice continued. Zai Palace isn't that easy to provoke. The young Taoist frowned. No matter. I will create an opportunity. The voice slowly faded and drifted away. Off the coast of Taizhou, the blue-black sea heaved and roared with waves. A white speedboat, trailing a thin white line, headed towards a vast gray Inchi sky pillar that connected heaven and earth. Standing alone on the speedboat, dressed in a white Taoist robe with gold edges and a large black and white Tai Chi diagram on his back, was Yu Hong, a burly figure like a bear or tiger, who had departed from Qingchen Temple. His towering stature of over 2 meters was commanding among people, but when compared to the boundless ocean around him, he appeared almost insignificant and frail. Gazing at the thick gray heavenly pillar, Yu Hong estimated its diameter. That thing, at least hundreds of meters thick, truly magnificent. He had never seen such a thing in Hope City World. The speedboat raced across the sea, and about 10 minutes later, started to slow down. Now, the Inchi sky pillar was close at hand, towering above the blue-black sea surface. It seemed ethereal, rising from the bottom of the sea, with endless currents of qi surging upward. Yu Hong flipped off the speedboat engine and let it come to a stop. Then, standing on the boat, he observed the entire heavenly pillar. He was only a few meters away from the heavenly pillar, almost within touching distance. The sea gently rocked the yacht, as if at any moment he could be swayed into collision with the heavenly pillar. The entire pillar was composed of gray smoke. The swirling smoke within was turbulent, and nothing within could be seen. Yu Hong narrowed his eyes and reached out with his perception, but it was as if it was blocked by a curtain, allowing only a vague sense that inside there seemed to be many, many living things. They were like insects drowned and solidified in resin, fixed within the heavenly pillar, unable to move. Chapter 347. Yu Hong took out the enhanced multimeter and pressed the switch. Beep. He first tested himself, placing it close to his temple. The value on the LCD display suddenly soared, breaking through 100 and then continuously fluctuating around 130. Not bad. He put down the multimeter, then explored with his inner chi, which tethered it like a rope and threw it towards the nearby In-Chi sky pillar. The white inner chi, like a white rope, quickly threw the multimeter into the gray pillar. After hovering tensely for a few seconds, Yu Hong used the inner chi to press the record button, then pulled it back. The multimeter quickly retracted, landing precisely in his palm. He picked it up and saw 12,383.571. As expected. Yu Hong sighed. This was the value of spiritual fluctuation. He then switched to red value test mode and repeated the action. The value displayed on the retrieved multimeter was 0. This meant that there were absolutely no red values here. Not leaving yet, Yu Hong thought to himself. From the sea nearby, a dragon lizard slowly surfaced and swiftly swam towards the In-Chi sky pillar. Go see what's inside, he instructed. The dragon lizard unhesitatingly plunged into the gray mist. But in the next instant, its connection with Yu Hong was severed. It seems the spirit disaster mainly targets the spiritual aspect, which severely restricts my summoned creatures. Yu Hong realized something. Bang! Instantaneously, a bloody, mangled sphere burst out of the mist, crashing heavily into the seawater beside Yu Hong. It was the dragon lizard. Yu Hong instantly reconnected and sensed it. His expression slightly changed as he recognized that the sphere of flesh was the dragon lizard that had just entered the mist. It was dead. Suddenly, he looked up into the pillar. Within the gray mist, a towering figure in silver-gray armor was seated on a cloud of golden mist, slowly becoming clearer from the blur. Once the figure was completely clear, it was visible as a creature with a dragon's head and a human's body. Its head had shaggy white hair and lion-like golden mane, with 3 white dragon horns on its head, and a third eye on its forehead emitting a soft golden light. Kneel! 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 A series of immense, invisible sound waves vibrated around Yu Hong's ears. Why do you not kneel before the true God? The sound waves transformed into a massive spiritual pressure, instantly enveloping Yu Hong, trying to make him kneel. Crack! Crack! His bones made a slight sound as the yacht was pressed down into the water. True God! Yu Hong squinted. So, could it be that this spirit disaster is really connected to the place linked by the Inheritance Tao artifact? He was about to raise his hand to release his inner strength to counteract the pressure. Relying solely on spiritual power, he definitely couldn't match his opponent. But at that moment, the so-called true God paused suddenly, and the layered pressure retracted like a tide. It appears to be a remnant of the moon. Buzz. The dragon-headed true God slowly retreated, disappearing into the mist in a blink, no longer appearing. Moon remnants, Yu Hong quickly realized. Could it be referring to the thin, tainted moon god bloodline within me? No conflict ensued, which was also good for him, but moon remnants, whether it referred to the bloodline in his body or... Thinking thus, Yu Hong gently grasped the Inheritance Tao artifact Guanghan hanging on his chest. This spirit disaster seemed deeply intertwined with the world itself. If that dragon-headed figure really started fighting, he wasn't sure he could withstand the opponent's spiritual shock. Although he had now acquired spiritual sharpness, the gap in spiritual power between them was still too large. He would likely need to use the inner chi merged with the cosmic divine light. And such creatures were definitely not the only ones inside. Looks like Temple Master level is just the beginning, just barely out of the weak stage. Yu Hong thought if he didn't have his physical strength and other trump cards, relying solely on Temple Master level spiritual power, he probably wouldn't have been able to beat the Feisha sword from Zai Palace that came to support earlier. Still need to work hard. He tentatively instructed Agrius to approach the heavenly pillar. Hiss! A black smoke shot out from behind him, heading straight for the heavenly pillar. After Agrius turned into smoke, he plunged into it without hesitation. Then, there was silence. After waiting for about half a minute, suddenly a black shadow shot out from the pillar, swiftly disappearing into the invisible heavenly river beside Yu Hong. It was Agrius. Yu Hong took a moment to sense the situation inside the heavenly river. He then saw that only the front half of Agrias's body remained, clutching in his mouth a black and purple stone resembling jade. The stone appeared to have a character engraved on it. But Yu Hong didn't have time to take it out for inspection, because inside the front heavenly pillar, intense turbulence began to occur. Terrifying waves of spiritual fluctuation spread out from the pillar. One after another, figures with dragon heads and human bodies in armor stepped onto clouds and appeared. They filled the space as far as the eye could see, numbering no less than 1,000. The formidable spiritual fluctuations converged, forming an invisible whirlwind over the surrounding sea, which accelerated around the heavenly pillar. The seawater was also forcibly distorted by the spiritual power, continuously twisting and turning, forming a massive vortex around the heavenly pillar. Yu Hong, seeing the unfavorable situation, noticed that the readings on his multimeter had already skyrocketed to over 1 million, so he quickly turned the yacht and forced his way out of the vicinity. Strangely enough, the massive vortex seemed to pay no heed to him, nor did it attack him. It just spun on its own, spreading spiritual fluctuations as if searching for something. After a few minutes, when the fluctuation found nothing, it quickly converged, and all the armored figures with dragon heads and human bodies slowly blurred and vanished. By then, Yu Hong had already pulled away, standing hundreds of meters away on the sea surface, looking at the Yin-Chi sky pillar with lingering fear. That's exaggerated. It rivals the Black Disaster from before. The first time he explored a large number of black disasters, the value had also directly soared to over 1 million, which had truly frightened him. Perhaps it was a fluctuation produced by the accumulation of tens of thousands of entities, rather than a single entity with a value of millions. But even a spiritual value of tens of thousands is terrifying. He could sense that inside the heavenly pillar, there was something even more exaggerated, lying dormant, not awakened. Looking at the heavenly pillar, Yu Hong breathed a sigh of relief, quickly turned around, and headed back to Taizhou. Halfway there, standing in the yacht, he reached out and retrieved something from inside Tianhe that Agrias had found. It was an egg-sized black-purple stone, with a vague and unclear text engraved on its surface. Yu Hong carefully identified it, and it seemed to be from the Second Night language. Star? He unconsciously read it aloud. Just as he spoke, he realized something was amiss. Could it be star? Instantly, he linked this discovery to the clue related to the star found in the Black Disaster. In the Spirit Disaster too, clues about star had unexpectedly appeared. Does this mean that these two types of disasters have some unknown connection between them? Holding the stone, Yu Hong gently squeezed it. Crack. Suddenly, the stone crumbled like tofu. Immediately afterward, the stone turned into a cloud of purple-black powder, instantly flying into the Inheritance Dao artifact, Guang Han. He wore on his chest, thickly coating it. A few breaths later, Guang Han returned to normal, and the layer of powder on the surface was absorbed and disappeared like water. Meanwhile, Guang Han itself seemed to become brighter and more lustrous. Observing this change, Yu Hong did not have time to stop it from happening, and he had no intention of intervening. It seemed to be a good thing. He tentatively input a bit of Dao breath. Hungry. So hungry. A spiritual fluctuation much stronger than before emanated from Guang Han. That was Chang'e. The aura and fluctuation of Chang'e were at least twice as strong as before. Indeed, it's a good thing. Yu Hong thoughtfully assumed that perhaps the initial material for the Inheritance Dao artifact might have been obtained from the Spirit Disaster by the predecessors. That is to say, the world's magicians had started interacting with the Spirit Disaster quite early. They might be able to fight the Black Disaster because they have the power of the Spirit Disaster, using it to suppress the unlimited resurrection ability of the Black Disaster. Holding Guang Han and withdrawing that trace of Dao breath, Yu Hong turned around and sped off into the distance. The next day, a letter personally written by the new temple master Zheng Ro of the Qingchen Temple was sent from Taizhou, heading to the Taoist sect ancestor court at Yunshu Mountain. The letter described in detail his exploration of the Yin-Chi sky pillar, omitting parts about Guanghan and the multimeter, with most of the information written truthfully. Since it was not possible to make phone calls to the ancestor court recently, letters had to suffice. As Yu Hong waited for a response, he also began formally eradicating all cases in Taizhou. As the new temple master, he intended to bring a style unlike Yu Hen's, which was solely for making money. After all, given the current situation, what Qingchen Temple needed was not this style. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. At night, in a park in the city area, 2 Qingchen Temple Taoists were holding talismans, running techniques, struggling to fight against a strong monster with a pig's head and human body hiding in the shadows. The monster, which intermittently appeared and disappeared, was muscular and dressed in tattered black robes, wielding a butcher's knife, like a butcher specializing in slaughtering pigs. Not far away, 2 Taoists had fallen unconscious. Zhang Ming's face was pale as paper. He sat cross-legged on the ground, attempting to gather Dao breath to summon a new fear shadow. His previous fear shadow ability had been forcefully torn apart by the monster. Just hold on a little longer. Support is almost here, he loudly reassured the 2 Taoists in front. But reassurance was futile in the face of absolute power differential. The pig-headed man possessed extraordinary strength, and whenever his eyes turned red, his speed increased significantly. His combination of speed and power easily disrupted the techniques embodied in the talismans released by the 2 Taoists. Bang! Suddenly, the pig-headed man flung his butcher knife forcefully, letting it spin and fly towards one of the Taoists. As the Taoist was unable to dodge in time and was about to be struck, attacks from spirit disasters concentrate entirely on the spiritual, meaning that instead of the body, it's the mental consciousness that gets damaged. Even so, the healing time required for a spiritual injury isn't any less than that for physical injuries. It might even be more severe, potentially leaving a lifetime of permanent trauma. At that moment, a gigantic 6-meter-tall black figure suddenly materialized and condensed, precisely blocking the trajectory of the flying cleaver. Bang! The cleaver spun and hit the black figure in the chest like striking a steel plate, bouncing off and landing on the ground motionless. The blade had not inflicted even a minor scratch on the gigantic figure. Chapter 348. Are you okay? A towering figure in a white Taoist robe suddenly appeared next to the huge humanoid form. Temple Master! It's the Temple Master! 2 people exclaimed in surprise and relief, as if their tension had found support and immediately relaxed. Zhang Ming, you've worked hard. Yu Hong looked towards Zhang Ming, who seemed about to faint at any moment, and nodded slightly. No problem. Zhang Ming began to speak, but suddenly saw the pig-headed spirit disaster monster appear instantly behind him, as if it possessed the ability of instantaneous movement, directly appearing behind Yu Hong. Be careful, he yelled out desperately. Boom! But his shout was cut off halfway as it left his throat, because the pig-headed monster's arm, raised halfway and still in midair, was stopped by the 6-meter-tall black giant with a slap, directly pressing it to the ground from above. Boom! With a terrifying force, in an instant the pig head was completely crushed. Yes, completely crushed. Like a lump of putty, it was flattened by a giant palm and smashed into a deep pit on the ground. At the edge of the deep pit, thick blood and flesh oozed out, squeezed by the pressure. The pig-headed monster that had troubled them for so long was instantly killed by the temple master in a single move. Go back and rest well. I have other places to handle. I won't see you off. Yu Hong instructed, then turned and hurried towards the distant darkness. The black giant behind him followed closely, striding toward the distance. Looking into the distance, it was like a moving small mountain, extremely exaggerated. Zhang Ming looked at the towering black giant, a strong sense of reliability rising uncontrollably in his heart. Is this the feeling of having a sect to rely on? He had never experienced this feeling before. The old Taoists like Yu Hen and Umo were never able to provide such strong support. As Dao Seed elites, what they could do was mostly to support each other. The elders had poor physical strength, and their power was also limited. Naturally, their support was pitifully weak. Not like now. Damn! If the temple master could have come earlier, we wouldn't have had to. Someone couldn't help but say in a low voice. You don't know anything. The temple master just ran here from somewhere else. The temple has only been able to protect itself recently, so there have been too many cases accumulating, and they are now decreasing rapidly. Another person cursed. The first person was left speechless by the scolding. But that feeling when all your troubles are solved in an instant. Damn, it's so good! Exclaimed a Taoist, slapping his thigh. Zhang Ming didn't speak because he felt it was awesome too. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. In front of a girls' school teaching building. Zhang Ying and two Taoists were together, driving the Fear Shadow Black Fire Mummy and entangling with a rhino-headed monster over 3 meters tall. The adversary was not just a spirit disaster, but a real embodied monster after possession. In the plaza of the teaching building, the surrounding area had a police cordon set up. Only Qingqin Temple and warlocks from the Mutual Aid Alliance were here, arranging techniques and combining forces to suppress the rhino-headed monster. The Black Fire Mummy had lost the strong momentum it had when it first appeared, and instead, like a mouse, was chased around frantically everywhere. Occasionally, if it was a bit slow, it would be hit and immediately a large chunk of its body would be torn off. Then Zhang Ying, who was driving it, would also vomit a small mouthful of blood in synchronization. Only because there were other magicians around releasing magic in time to cover and delay. Otherwise, she couldn't have lasted this long. She would have been torn to shreds, vomiting blood and passing out. This thing, at least in terms of attack power, has reached the temple master level. No wonder the armed police couldn't subdue it when they came before. Zhang Ying wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and spoke solemnly. Compared to temple master-level magicians whose physical damage was very weak, these possessed spirit disaster monsters could inflict much stronger damage. Boom! In a moment of inattention, the mummy failed to dodge in time and was rammed into the wall of the teaching building by the rhino-headed monster. The wall burst open, cracking widely. The rhino monster picked up the mummy, tilted its head back, and let out a silent roar. Like a sonic wave, a spiritual shock exploded in a circle, causing the nearby magicians' heads to ache terribly. Scatter! Zhang Ying was about to release a technique to strengthen the Fear Shadow, but the shockwave had delayed her action for a moment. Boom! The mummy was smashed heavily to the ground. Most of its body was shattered, and it disappeared into black smoke. This meant that a large part of Zhang Ying's spiritual power was also scattered. Blood suddenly flowed from her nostrils, and the severe headache forced her to half-kneel on the ground. Fortunately, this was tens of meters away from the battlefield, in a hidden corner. Otherwise, if discovered by that monster, the consequences would be unimaginable. Prepare artillery support. Seeing this, the observing paramilitary commander immediately ordered. He couldn't see the Black Fire Mummy and Fear Shadow, but he could see the rhino-headed monster. He could judge from its movements that something was entangling it. Now, with Zhang Ying's condition, he knew that thing couldn't hold on much longer. No need. A deep voice suddenly emerged from behind the crowd. Yu Hong's towering figure of over 2 meters walked out from the shadows cast by the street lamps. I'll handle this. Temple Master. Senior Brother. All the Taoists and magicians from the Mutual Aid Alliance called out together. Only Zhang Ying still called him Senior Brother. But no matter who it was, at this moment, seeing Yu Hong arrive brought a sense of relief to everyone's heart. After all, Yu Hong was currently the focus of Qingqin Temple, a temple master-level powerhouse, the strongest person in the Taizhou warlock world, second to none. Yu Hong didn't care about the multitude of eyes converging on him. Instead, his gaze fell on the rhino-headed monster. The other party had already sensed his arrival, cast aside the mummy, turned around and lowered its head to let out an angry roar. To think it can possess a body to this extent? He raised his hand, with invisible spiritual power technique flowing and weaving into shape in his palm. If that's the case, then I won't be polite either. In an instant, A vast expanse of red eyes started to rise up beside the rhino-headed monster. Amidst the hissing snake-like noises, one after another, black dragon lizards, 3 to 4 meters long, crawled out from the shadows, their mouths faintly emitting dark red flames, their murky eyes fixated on the rhino-headed monster. In a flash, countless dragon lizards surrounded the entire playground, also simultaneously trapping the rhino-headed monster within an encirclement. This scene instantly made the armed police and magicians surrounding the area shiver all over. Whether they were Taoists from Qingchen Temple or magicians from the Mutual Aid Alliance, seeing this number of dragon lizards sent a chill through their hearts. How can there be so many? An external Taoist from Qingchen Temple couldn't help but feel their scalp tingle, their body breaking out in goosebumps. Even if they guessed that these giant lizards were fear shadows summoned by their own temple master, they still felt their skin crawl. Just standing there made them feel uneasy from the bottom of their heart, fearing that these monster lizards would turn and pounce upon them. Just by seeing the flames still escaping from the dragon lizards' mouths, one knew these monsters were not to be trifled with. Is this the Alliance Hierarch's true strength? Several magicians from the Mutual Aid Alliance were also scared by this sight, knowing that the Alliance Hierarch had yet to utilize his hidden spirit light trump card, and achieved this solely with his own strength. This was simply, Zhang Ying was the most shocked among them. Others might not understand the value behind this, but she did. The Qingchen Temple's secret technique Talent 5 Spirit Spring. She knew its effects, which maximized the number of fear shadows one could summon. She prided herself that if she were to receive the 5 Spirits Spring qualification, perhaps she could summon 5 mummies at once, which would be the limit. Moreover, if the mummies were summoned and destroyed, it would cause a 5-fold mental injury to oneself. So-called benefits come with drawbacks. This talent was not absolutely invincible. But this scene before her, what the hell was this? She roughly counted, and just from the ones visible to the eye, there were more than 30 dragon lizards. Not to mention in the corners of the dark, her spiritual sensing hinted at faint outlines. Is this the gap between an unparalleled genius and ordinary people? Zhang Ying felt a bit dazed, and also a tremendous sense of loss. At this moment, she once again confronted reality, recognizing that she was not the so-called genius. The world did not revolve around her. But soon, what took its place was an intense sense of relief. Relieved that such a genius powerhouse was on her side. If these monsters were aligned against her, she didn't dare imagine what she would be facing. At this moment, the rhino-headed monster clearly felt the enormous threat. It retreated several steps, looking left and right, trying to find a possible gap to escape through. But there were too many dragon lizards. Each one was mature, with scales strong enough to withstand small-caliber bullets. Their speed wasn't slow either, reaching nearly 200 yards at their fastest, and their strength exceeded several tons. It could be said that a single dragon lizard could already defeat a fully armed elite small squad. And now there were more than 50 such dragon lizards here. Kill it! Yu Hong's deep voice spread across the playground. Ow! The rhino-headed monster seemed to realize something. It lowered its head, took a step, sprinted, and tried to flee in the direction opposite Yu Hong. But after only 2 steps, it was completely engulfed by dozens of dark red fire columns all around. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The dense barrage of fiery lines, like glue, jetted onto its body, instantly engulfing it into a fire person. Loud screams echoed one after another, and in less than 10 seconds, this huge monster dissolved, collapsed to the ground, being burned to a pile of black ash powder. Only a faint wisp of black smoke lingered and rose. Go and handle all similar monsters throughout Taizhou, Yu Hong commanded. Swoosh! All the dragon lizards suddenly dispersed, sprinting rapidly in all directions, quickly vanishing into the night. The current version of dragon lizards no longer had any distance restrictions. Only the original first batch of dragon lizards, although restricted by distance, were also very handy to control. The second batch, that is, the dragon lizards hatched from nests where the first batch fused, had no restrictions at all. They were wilder and did not have the trained soldier feeling of the first batch. The dragon lizards Yu Hong brought were of the second batch. Their advantage lay in the absence of distance restrictions. The downside was that their command execution was rough. They could only receive simple instructions, and their strength was slightly weaker. But that didn't matter. Their strength could be forcibly enhanced with spirit light. Chapter 349. Could they all be fear shadows? Zhang Ying retracted the mummy, struggling to support his body as he looked at Yu Hong. I only summoned slightly lower-level fear shadows, so it looks like there are a few more of them. But there's no need to worry, Yu Hong reassured. That was just a few more. That was an insanely large number. All right? Zhang Ying and the surrounding magicians looked at each other, silently cursing in their hearts. Even if it was the lowest-level fear shadows, Zhang Ying could barely summon 6. Moreover, such fear shadows would probably be too weak to be effective, unlike those dragon lizards just now that could easily handle monster creatures as strong as rhino-headed beings. Temple Master, the most troublesome case left is the murder case at Rongxing Gymnasium. If those giant lizards you summoned can really help with the other minor cases, then there won't be a big problem, Zhang Ying said in a low voice as he approached. That's good. Yu Hong scanned the crowd. You all go back to rest and heal. Starting tonight, I want all magicians in Taizhou to come to Qingchen Temple for registration. We'll manage entries and exits. Anyone who doesn't come will be considered part of the Seven Evil Alliance and will be eradicated. This, Zhang Ying and the others' expressions changed. Temple Master, isn't this too tyrannical? An external Taoist couldn't help but voice. I can't manage other places, Yu Hong said indifferently. But in Taizhou, if you have any objections, you can come to Qingchen Temple to see me. Any rebels will be executed on the spot. Yu Hong turned and stepped into the shadows, quickly disappearing. The danger within the heavenly pillar could explode at any moment, and he had no time to play a slow game of catching traitors with the Seven Evil Alliance. Slicing through the chaos with a quick and decisive approach to clean up. He might not protect other places, but in Taizhou, before disaster fully erupted, there was still some hope. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Bam! A Qingchen Temple disciple was thrown heavily into the Taoist temple's gate, falling to the ground and screaming in pain in front of numerous incense worshippers. 7 or 8 fierce-looking men in suits marched into the temple courtyard. The leading man had a flush face, straight eyebrows, and eyes wide open like copper bells. As soon as he entered, he pointed at the Taoists inside the temple and cursed. Damn it! Is your Qingchen Temple looking for trouble? All those who don't register will be dealt with? There are so many Taoist sects, and I've never seen a more tyrannical one than yours. Looking for trouble? Fine. I've specifically come today to cause trouble. If you have the guts, kill me today. I, Su Yeshan of the Two-Headed Scorpion, won't change my name or my surname. The commotion quickly caused the incense worshippers to back away, clearing a space. Some Taoists who were attending to the incense worshippers were also frightened by these men and retreated to a distance, while some quickly took out their phones to notify the external Taoists. Such disturbances were typically first handled by external Taoists. Outside the Taoist temple, at a breakfast shop across the street, a few magicians sitting and watching the spectacle had already gotten the news and came here early to watch the show. I told you, this Zhang Rou from Qingchen Temple, newly appointed, wants to stir things up and cause trouble, right? See trouble now? A man with a delicate face and long hair said mockingly in a low voice. He was dressed ambiguously, looking like he was in male attire, but in some places he wore accessories typically worn by women. Though he had makeup on his face, his chin still had a stubble of black beard, making him look quite quirky. Indeed, Qingchen Temple is somewhat tyrannical. Although we know that this Zhang Rou Taoist master is the most extraordinary genius in Qingchen Temple's history, issuing such a notice right after taking office is truly underestimating magicians worldwide. While many of us independent magicians may have limited power, a few ruthless characters always emerge. This two-headed scorpion is one such person. Among those sitting nearby, a particular brother and sister stood out. It was the sister who spoke. The two siblings, The brother with yellow hair and the sister in a schoolgirl miniskirt seemed out of place among the older magicians. These two were the Wind Bell twins, He Yuchong and He Yuling, who had previously inquired for information from Cheng Shu. I didn't want to register before, and I was held by people from Qingchen Temple, not allowed to leave. They said, if I didn't register, I'd have to leave Taizhou. Who do they think they are? I come and go as I please. It's none of their business. A tall woman wrapped in a thick black coat said softly next to the siblings. That's right, so now they've caused trouble, right? Perfect for watching the show. This two-headed scorpion isn't just any independent magician. Her brother is a certified master from the Taoist Yushuan Temple. Among them, some relatives are also connected with other sections. I'm curious to see how Zheng Ro will handle this. The androgynous long-haired man mocked. But before he could finish, a ripple of invisible spiritual fluctuation suddenly expanded from the main hall of Qingchen Temple. Bang! In a trance, the two-headed scorpion and her group at the entrance seemed to hear a deafening toll of a giant bell echo by their ears. Their faces turned pale, legs weak, bodies powerless, and before they could even slouch to the ground, an invisible shockwave burst forth from the main hall with a thunderous explosion. Bam, 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 bam! The group was smacked head-on by the shockwave, their spirits overwhelmed to the point they couldn't muster even a thought of resistance, and they were forcefully flung out. All the troublemakers, including the two-headed scorpion, collapsed to the ground, unable to move. Clap, 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 clap. What a fine Qingchen Temple, what a fine Zheng Ro Taoist. Outside the temple, a tall elderly man with white hair slowly approached, clapping his hands. Qingchen Temple, a mere Taoist temple, actually dares to take on the work of a national institution? Registering all magicians entering Taizhou? Who gave you such audacity? He stepped closer to the Taoist temple, emanating a dense and tangible spiritual fluctuation. That was the special sharpness trait only at the temple master level. Among independent magicians, excluding the Seven Evil Alliance, there indeed were temple master-level experts, but it was unlikely for one to coincidentally appear in Taizhou at this time. Clearly, this expert had another identity and motive. He's here. Isn't that the Vajra? The long-haired man in the breakfast shop across the street snapped out of his shock at the swift defeat of the two-headed scorpion, recognizing the newcomer's face. That's indeed the exiled independent mage of the Vajra sect, Iron Arhat Yu Qingzong. Although he claims to be an expelled independent magician, who doesn't know he's the black glove of the Vajra sect, specifically handling tasks for others outside, said the straightforward He siblings. The Vajra sect is a bit distant from Taizhou, but not too far. This person coming over, doesn't he have some designs on this territory? The long-haired man asked in a low voice.
Impossible.
If he had any designs, why didn't he come earlier? Taizhou, this small place, isn't even on the radar of the Buddhist sect's major schools. He probably just heard of Zhang Ro's legendary genius and came to test the waters more than anything, He Yuling replied softly. Now it gets interesting. This brings trouble with other Taoist sect factions and then gets noticed by the Buddhist sect. All the magicians nodded in agreement. Indeed, one Taoist genius after another from the Taoist sect, yet the Buddhist sect gets one Buddha Sun Yushao in decades. I've heard of this before. Whenever there's a Taoist genius, the Buddhist sect sends someone to probe. Taoist Kuchan was picked on back then too. First fight, then recruit, and if that doesn't work, they send a secret sect heavenly woman to try and leave offspring. Such very tactics they have. A bald magician explained while rubbing the remaining scar marks on his head. Clearly, he was very familiar with the situations concerning the Buddhist sect. The Vajra sect isn't an ordinary force. How do you think this Zheng Ro, the master of Qingchen Temple, will handle it? He Yuchong smiled. How else can he handle it? By giving in, of course. His issued notice couldn't possibly be enforced. Although the civilian magicians aren't one solid group, each family's glove is still there, with deep waters in between. He's just a temple master of a small Taoist branch and would dare bully those of us without backgrounds, but when it comes to tough characters, he'd instantly give in. The bald magician sneered. After all, Zheng Ro has just broken through. It's normal to get intimidated by such an experienced expert. Do you really think the old Taoists of Qingchen Temple didn't want to revive the sect and say whatever they liked? Was it because they didn't want to? They simply couldn't do it. He Yuling smirked alongside. Clearly, the compulsory registration and the threat of expulsion if unregistered had everyone against the independent magicians. Though they surrendered at the time, it was due to the strength of Qingchen Temple. Now, seeing someone coming to pick a fight, they were all gleeful, hoping Qingchen Temple would end up humiliated. Iron Arhat Yu Qingzong? Inside the main hall of the temple, Yu Hong's voice echoed from within. That's right, it's I, the white-haired elder said with a sly, narrow glance. He wore a black robe with golden patterns and held a thick black iron staff, walking up to the entrance of Qingchen Temple. His powerful spiritual fluctuations directly confronted the spiritual waves radiating from Yu Hong inside the main hall. The two temple master-level spiritual fluctuations collided like streams of air currents, clashing and neutralizing each other in midair. Qingchen Temple has been rooted in Taizhou for hundreds of years, even uprooting the Mud Doll sect. You're not a magician from Taizhou, and yet you dare cause trouble here? If you come, you'd better abide by Taizhou's rules. Yu Hong spoke loudly. There were many observers around, including magicians, incense worshippers, and temple Taoists. However, the bigger crowd was ordinary people watching the spectacle on the streets. They couldn't feel the spiritual clash of temple master-level shocks, only noticing that the confrontation seemed intensely serious, as if watching a big blockbuster movie. Their dialogue drew more and more onlookers. Ridiculous. Just because you've lived in one place for a long time, it becomes your Qingchen Temple's place? Is there such logic in this world? Then, if I move to the capital and live there for decades, does the capital become my territory too? Iron Arhat laughed heartily. If you can indeed protect an area from storms, naturally you'd also have that qualification. The question is, do you have the ability to shield the capital? Yu Hong said coldly. Ha, boastful. Dare to speak such words as a newcomer who just broke through. Aren't you afraid the wind might cut your tongue short? Yu Qingzong's eyes grew cold as well. Both his hands formed a tight seal, and at once, chains of Buddhist talismans shimmering with golden light appeared around him. The chains spiraled and continually danced around him, instantly amplifying his emitted spiritual fluctuations by several magnitudes. A golden Buddhist light soared behind him, a special phenomenon visible only to magicians. The released spiritual waves, in an instant, overwhelmed those of Yu Hong. Interesting. Yu Hong's expression turned icy. He was waiting for a troublemaker to set an example and deter others. This Yu Qingzong arrived just in time. Immediately, he formed the dress damage seal decision. A massive 6-meter-tall black shadow emerged behind him. Cripple him, Yu Hong commanded coldly. Boom! The small black giant bent low and struck the ground. It suddenly dashed out of the temple, crossing dozens of meters in a straight line toward Yu Qingzong, simultaneously charging through the golden Buddhist light and spiritual waves released by Yu Qingzong. Like a black dagger, penetrating all obstacles straight to Yu Qingzong's face. Chapter 350. Condense. Nanhua Beijia Fadian. Facing the black giant, Yu Qingzong pinched a seal with one hand and chanted an incantation, while his other hand raised, shining with golden light, to provide a barrier in front of him, buying time. Boom! The black giant delivered a punch that landed squarely on the golden light barrier in front of him. The punch, as large as a wash basin, was surprisingly blocked by what seemed to be a thin layer of golden light. Despite being shaken to the point that his head buzzed, Yu Qingzong had no choice but to step back several times to create distance. However, the punch was indeed blocked. Interesting, he was actually able to block my move. Yu Hong was somewhat surprised. Where did this expert come from? He did not show up to save people when the Inchi sky pillar erupted before, but now suddenly pops up to cause trouble after he had stabilized the situation. Although it was only a strike from the 6th layer's black giant that was blocked, his horror shadow was inherently stronger than others, born with an attack power that was one cut above the rest. This seemed to be a special change due to encountering and closely observing these figures in person. The fact that he could block this indicates that his strength was indeed extraordinary. It seems that registering all the magicians really blew up a lot of big fish all at once. He immediately realized the likely identity and purpose of the other party. This guy must be a secret agent of the Buddhist sect within the Taoist sects, a hidden stake. By this count, there possibly weren't a few of these spies like him. His registration may have offended many forces. However, since he had already offended them, he might as well go all the way. He came here not intending to honestly and slowly develop his influence and make a name for himself in the Taoist sects. Realizing this, Yu Hong became even less merciful. A few trump cards flashed through his mind, followed instantly by a mental motion. Another black giant appeared beside him. Boom! A second black giant rushed out, punching at extreme speed, coordinating with the first to assault Yu Qingzong. Unexpectedly, the old man pinched handprints and took out another delicate white Buddha statue, murmuring sutras and pinching seals. Immediately, a 5-meter-tall Buddha's shadow rose from behind him, blocking the two black giants. Do you really think you from Qingchen Temple are the only ones with secret techniques? Yu Qingzong sneered. Today, let this old man teach you what it means to respect your elders. Clearly, he had gathered information about Yu Hong before coming and knew about his talents merged from Qingchen Temple's 5-spirit spring. While talent is strong, facing an experienced practitioner who built up their strength over time, it's not easy to win. The so-called genius is merely someone who accumulates quicker than ordinary people. Against the old generation who have built up their strength over the years, their advantage is not apparent. I refuse to believe this. Yu Hong pinched another seal. Two more black giants condensed behind him and charged towards Yu Qingzong. This time, Yu Qingzong's eyelids twitched. For black giants' horror shadows already significantly exceeded the range of ordinary genius. If it hadn't been for the Vajra-sex techniques having a considerable restraining effect on the Qingchen Temple's horror shadows, he would have already contemplated turning around and fleeing. Buddha, mother of myriad transformations. He quickly changed his handprints, urgently weaving spiritual power, calling forth. Suddenly, a more than 10-meter-tall vast white Buddha mother figure loomed in the sky. The Buddha mother had a kind face, draped in white Buddhist silk, and wore a golden lotus wheel on her head. A point of crimson on her brow shone with blood light, clearly visible. She chanted sutras in a low voice, and with a swipe of her hand, a white light palm several meters wide shot straight toward the two black giants. Puff puff. The two black giants were easily crushed. A mild backlash rushed into Yu Hong's mind, causing a slight pain at his temples. Without allowing him time to react, the Buddha mother extended her hand again and effortlessly crushed the remaining two black giants as if squashing ants. The black giants, which were of decent strength below the temple master level, were now unable to withstand a single blow in the face of a higher-level technique. I don't believe this. The intense and relentless look in Yu Hong's eyes was accustomed to slaughter, death, and fear. He couldn't believe that the talent he had spent so much time merging and the Taoist skills he had broken through could not handle an old man that sprang out of nowhere. As the Buddha mother approached, he rapidly pinched a dress-damage handprint, his chi condensation and shadow transformation technique now also reaching its complete form. Right there and then, the 7th-layer horror shadow began to be summoned for the first time at this location. This was the first time he called upon a temple master-level horror shadow since his spiritual sharpness. For a moment, humming vibrations appeared in the surrounding air, sounds only audible through spiritual sensing. Behind Yu Hong, a colossal shadow, as dark as a mountain and large as life, slowly condensed from the void, revealing its outline. That was the true weapon of Black Disaster, a complete black giant standing 200 meters tall. At this moment, this monster comparable to a 60 or 70-story building's immense structure was about to emerge behind Yu Hong. Only, as the black giant's nebulous body began to materialize, Yu Hong's spiritual power abruptly spiked, and he couldn't continue the summoning. Moreover, his spiritual power was rapidly depleting, clearly insufficient to complete the summoning. He pinched another seal, attempting to continue. but to no avail. Clearly, relying on taking shortcuts with elixirs to reach the temple master level seemed to carry significant side effects. Without sufficient spiritual power, the summoning remained incomplete. But this should be enough. Yu Hong's expression turned fierce. He changed the seal and used the black giant to swipe its palm toward the Buddha mother. During this time, the magicians, initially frightened by the black giant's enormous size, also spotted the clue. That guy looks intimidating mostly because of his size. Scared me to death. Master Yu truly is a genius to be able to summon such an exaggerated horror shadow. It seems it consumes a lot and can't manifest in full form. But it's still unknown how powerful this behemoth is. I bet with such a massive size, it's bound to win if it slams down. It should be not that simple. The Vajrasex techniques are quite effective at restraining the likes of Qingchen techniques that rely on summoning entities with spiritual power. The outcome is still uncertain. One after another, the magicians stood up and pulled back to avoid being affected by the battle. Ordinary people who couldn't see would be all right and not affected by the aftermath. But for these magicians who could see, if they weren't careful, they could become collateral damage with their spirits suffering. A spiritual shock is like the sun. As long as one doesn't look directly at it, as long as they're not the main target, they generally won't feel much. Buzz! At that moment, huge spiritual ripples exploded one after another, instantly covering a radius of several hundred meters around. The black giant's massive hand reached down and collided head-on with the white-robed Buddha mother. Beneath the exaggerated size of the giant hand, the Buddha mother's already sizable body seemed extremely fragile. But, bang! The seemingly colossal shadow of the black giant crumbled from its palm upon impact. It shattered in succession, exploding into numerous wisps of black, smoke-like spiritual power that scattered away. 1 second. 2 seconds. Less than 3 seconds later, the entire vast presence of the black giant burst like a soap bubble, dissipating into nothingness. Beneath the shattered black giant, Yu Hong stood in a daze, looking at the dissipating black smoke. He rarely zoned out, but this time the 7th layer horror shadow he thought so powerful. Just like that? Even if the opposing magic was his counter. Even if he had forcefully enhanced his power through medications. Even if his spiritual power was insufficient for a complete summoning. But that was a black giant, almost at war level. Watching his opponent, Iron Arhit Yu Qingzong, whose expression shifted from shock to realization to scornful laughter. Yu Hong's expression suddenly calmed. Hum! In an instant, blue and white fluorescence ignited around him. Layer upon layer of afterimages abruptly surfaced behind him. He bent forward, stamped the ground. In a flash, boom! Yu Hong vanished on the spot, reappearing just 2 meters behind Yu Qingzong. He stood upright, withdrew his hands, and without looking back, walked straight away into the distance. Behind him, Yu Qingzong, who still had a sneer on his face, stood frozen in place. The white Buddha mother before him, just like him, stood rigid, motionless. 2 seconds later, the Buddha mother silently crumbled, turning into white light points that disappeared without a trace. Yu Qingzong spat out a mouthful of blood mist. His eyes rolled back, and he fell to the ground, losing consciousness. Really now? I practice martial arts to identify and mend my shortcomings. How could I suddenly have a brain lapse and compete with someone in spiritual power? Sensing the commotion behind him, Yu Hong shook his head inwardly. He had an epiphany that he, a rough martial artist, had stupidly engaged in a contest of magic, his weaker skill. Wasn't that him being an idiot? The purpose of his magic training was merely to counter the revival of the Black Disaster and nothing more. If it came to fighting, this less-than-a-year-old magic training was no match for the explosive power of the Tai Ling skill. At this moment, Yu Hong became completely calm. It was to compensate for his weaknesses that he consumed medications to accelerate his cultivation. Having taken medications, why should he compete honestly in magic? Better to take them out in one move and save time. Wasting time. After he left, the surrounding magicians and people from Qingchen Temple like Zheng Ming, the Dao Seed, all quieted down. That moment just now, even ordinary people who couldn't see anything would have noticed the afterimages Yu Hong left, his instantaneous disappearance, and his reappearance as Yu Qingzong lay unconscious, spitting blood. Such exaggerated speed, power, and precision left everyone dumbfounded, unsure of how to react. A full 10 seconds later, as Yu Qingzong's blood almost stretched into a 2-meter-long red streak, the people finally came to their senses. Whoa! Everyone who reacted had exaggerated expressions. Most people's mouths were agape, the shape roughly forming a silent "what the hell?" A few had foreheads creased with several lines, eyes so wide they forget to blink. The long-haired man from the breakfast shop, along with the siblings from the He family, now stood in front of a chain supermarket 100 meters away from the Taoist temple to avoid the fight, all silent. After a moment, the long-haired man finally spoke with a dry voice. "Just now, did anyone see clearly?" No one responded. All were silent, watching in the distance as the Taoist from Qingchen Temple came out to carry Yu Qingzong away for emergency treatment. Nobody felt like talking. From that one battle, it was clear to everyone that the newly appointed temple master Yu's spiritual cultivation was limited. Although his magic seemed strong, capable of summoning such an exaggerated horror shadow. But his Taoist skills were still weak, unable to fully summon, and as the horror shadow dissipated like foam, it was nothing more than all bark and no bite. However, despite the various issues and deficiencies with the new temple master's magic, his hand-to-hand combat was solid. Unable to win with summons, he straightforwardly resorted to close combat. Afraid of the hand-to-hand fight, fists the size of a casserole, one punch could gift a baby-like beautiful slumber. If luck has it, one could additionally experience a rare near-death blood-vomiting sensation. Chapter 351. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. I think that for Primordial Heavenly Master Mansion to have a Grandmaster like Master Yu presiding over Taizhou is a true blessing for the entire Taizhou. He Yuling broke the silence with a chuckle, pulling at her miniskirt. It's true. During the incident with the Yin Chi Sky Pillar, it was Qingchen Temple that turned the tide, managing the situation until a high-level practitioner from the Taoist sect arrived to sever the heavenly pillar. Indeed, Master Yu is genuinely talented, and his combat prowess is unmatched. It is said that Master Yu was skilled in martial arts even before he formally entered the Taoist path, and then he combined his martial arts skills with magic to develop even stronger combat techniques. Nowadays, it appears that he has reached the peak of his abilities and stands above many. Truly a rare genius that the Taoist sect has seen in recent years. A magician quickly caught the drift and shifted the direction of his compliments. Not far away, several magicians from the Mutual Aid Alliance also overheard and revealed cold smiles, no longer monitoring them. Today's battle has decisively crushed the covert resistance of various forces pawns in Taizhou. Even the strongest contender from Vajra sect, Yu Qingzong, was beaten down, and the other magicians were nothing but cats big and small, easily dispatched. This widespread registration and purging of Taizhou's magicians finished in less than 5 days. One of the first things Yu Hong did upon taking office was to firmly secure Primordial Heavenly Master Mansion's position throughout Taizhou. He also rescued ordinary people who were afflicted by the spirit disaster caused by the dispersing Yin Chi from the Sky Pillar, regaining the public's trust in them. And originally the enfeebled Qingchen Temple, under his and the Mutual Aid Alliance's enhancement, had their power unprecedentedly strengthened. Mid-December, inside the Great Hall, the statue of the Nine-Palace Soul-devouring Venerable stood tall and unwavering. Yu Hong was seated below, right in the shadow of the statue. The surrounding candlelight flickered, quiet and solemn. With one hand holding a brush and the other holding paper, he carefully transcribed sections related to talismans. 3 types of talismans that are highly effective against spirit disasters were quickly copied out by him, and he personally drew sample diagrams beside them. After finishing this, Yu Hong placed the papers on the floor, looked up at the statue, and pressed his hand on the paper. Enhanced talisman, direction. Increase potency, reduce production difficulty. Black lines quickly flowed out from the black mark on the back of his hand, and a query echoed in his ear. Yu Hong confirmed his answer, and a countdown appeared, beginning the count. 3 days, not bad. Yu Hong glanced at the numbers and set aside the paper. To stabilize the industry of Qingchen Temple, it was essential to have their unique specialty product. Therefore, these 3 types of effective talismans, once enhanced, could absolutely be marketed as exclusive items of the sect. Of course, this was just a temporary measure. After all, who knows when the source disaster would sweep across the world? If the apocalypse came, the importance of money would cease to exist. Additionally, Yu Hong raised his hand, and a faint silver spirit light emerged in his palm. The spirit light had completely transformed into silver. It was also significantly stronger than before. Without specific comparison, the extent of the enhancement was unknown. Hud, hud, hud. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door from the gate behind him. Temple Master, the city police station sent a message. The nearby communication towers were confirmed to be sabotaged. They have now traced some clues and hope we can dispatch someone to assist, in case of a special situation. The Taoist, known as Fu Bai, was none other than the beautiful woman who had previously been assigned to give Yu Hong massages. The woman had changed into a Taoist robe now, her voluptuous figure completely hidden under it, making her seem delicate and lovely, as if she'd become a different person altogether. Understood. Yu Hong responded softly with his back to her. Tell Zhang Ying to come see me. Yes. Fu Bai bowed her head, quickly retreating.
Yu Hong sighed quietly.
On his second day as the Temple Master, he had already hinted to the Dao Seed class that he had ways to enhance their powers and heal their injuries. Now, it was time to start implementing his plan. After all, with the current manpower of Qingchen Temple, it was far from enough to achieve his goals. After sitting quietly for a few minutes, soon, Zhang Ying, who had lost an arm, quickly entered from outside the great hall. Standing behind, she bowed respectfully to Yu Hong. Elder brother, I am here. Fu Bai, close the door, instructed Yu Hong. Fu Bai paused, glancing at Zhang Ying and then at Yu Hong, her eyes revealing understanding. She gave a meaningful silent smile, quietly closed the door, and then undid one side of her Taoist robe by herself, revealing the delicate lace of white stockings on her legs. You go out as well? Yu Hong turned around, glanced at her and said wordlessly. Fu Bai blinked, trying to hide her discontent as she refastened her buttons and silently left. It wasn't that she was promiscuous, but the more she understood the current situation, the clearer it became that clinging to Qingchen Temple was the best direction. And within Qingchen Temple, it was Yu Hong, the new temple master, who shined the brightest. Being an ordinary person without Taoist skills, the only way she could qualify to stay by Yu Hong's side was to rely on some improper special means. After all, since following Yu Hong, the benefits she had received from Yu Hen, overtly and covertly, had far exceeded her expectations. After Fu Bai left, Zhang Ying twitched her mouth, looking towards Yu Hong's broad and strong figure. This, elder brother, I feel like it might be a bit inappropriate between us. Rest assured. Yu Hong glanced at Zhang Ying's robust physique and shook his head. He wasn't desperate enough to lay hands on a masculinized junior sister like Zhang Ying. I've called you here because of the injury you sustained. My injury won't affect my strength too much, senior brother. You really don't have to worry so much. I assure you, I've already found a new way to fight by preparing talismans in advance. Once the injury was mentioned, Zhang Ying, as if triggered, hurriedly started to justify herself, trying to prove her overall strength wasn't compromised, that she could still perform. Don't misunderstand me. Yu Hong sighed. Although you lost a hand, I have a way to truly and thoroughly compensate for your loss of strength. However, this method might require a certain sacrifice. Zhang Ying was stunned upon hearing this, but in less than 2 seconds, her expression hardened. No matter the sacrifice, senior brother, I can handle it. Yu Hong nodded, seeing the determination in her. Then he extended his hand, palm up. A faint silver light condensed in the center of his palm. I have a secret technique that can remedy any imperfection in your physique, and although it can't regenerate limbs, It should be able to greatly make up for your future weaknesses. Zhang Ying stared at the silver light, opened her mouth to say something, but found herself momentarily speechless. She was actually familiar with the spirit light. Having fought alongside the experts from the Mutual Aid Alliance, she had witnessed it many times. Now, seeing it from Yu Hong's hand connected all the dots from before. So, this is it. Yu Hong seriously explained the pros and cons to her and let her decide for herself. Without much hesitation, Zhang Ying agreed right away. And so, the change began. 10 minutes later, the grand hall doors burst open. Zhang Ying walked out slowly with a rosy complexion and sharp eyes. She had just found out who those monsters from the spiritual domain that saved her were. This was also why she didn't hesitate to accept the spirit light. And now, I am terrifyingly strong now. She felt the surging and powerful spirit light force within her. She turned this force entirely into defensive power. It was both the defensive power against fear shadows and her own personal defense. This formidable defense gave her a feeling of immense security, as if she were sheltered behind a city wall. Zhang Ying, the mission to visit Master Yutan is yours. Do your best to persuade them to come back. The present Qingchen Temple needs to unite all the forces we can. Individual strength is nothing against a disaster. Yu Hong's voice came from inside the hall. But, if Master Yutan and the others don't wish to return? Zhang Ying hesitated. They will come back, if they want to protect those they hold dear, Yu Hong said indifferently. Yes. Zhang Ying bowed respectfully, her face showing understanding. She left quickly, her figure disappearing into the night. Yu Hong then took out his phone, unlocked it, and glanced at its contents. A new message appeared, a reply from the Taoist sect. The restoration of the signal base stations had been a matter of the last couple of days, while the Taoist sect's message had reached the Ancestor Court some time ago. Now it was up to the Ancestor Court to respond. Yu Hong opened the message. Thank you, Master Qing Hongzi, for the secret message. We have received your warning about the heavenly disaster and will send a special envoy shortly to verify. Please keep an eye on the Taoist sect official website for announcements. I hope you really take it seriously. Yu Hong sighed with a hint of helplessness. Closing his eyes, he once again entered a state of spiritual cultivation. Guanwu skill had reached the 7th layer, and just 2 more levels would grant him the special traits of the cultivation technique. With the impending spirit disaster, he had to strive hard, not wasting a single second. 3 days later, which also happened to be the day the Black Mark enhancement was completed, Yu Hong stood inside the quiet room of the Taoist temple, cultivating while waiting for the result of the Black Mark enhancement talisman. The countdown was about to end in a bit more than 10 minutes around noon. Knock, knock, knock. Temple Master, the people from the Taoist sect have arrived. Fu Bai's voice came from outside the door. Got it, Yu Hong replied. These past few days, the Dao Seed disciples had each been summoned by him alone and bestowed with the new spirit light. To increase the survival rate of Dao Seed disciples, he made the spirit light he gave them, like Zheng Ying's, purely to strengthen defense. The current strength of the spirit light, all put towards defensive power, was so formidable it could be compared to the strength of his previously enhanced gray lizard suit. Ordinary bullets couldn't penetrate it, and as for spiritual shocks, that would need actual combat to test. With the spirit disaster looming, there was no hurry. Opportunities would only increase. Although it was a bit regrettable that he couldn't see the full results of the enhancement, since people had arrived, he still had to entertain them first. Yu Hong donned his Taoist robe, took up the horsetail whisk and the purple-gold lotus crown that represented the temple master. He opened the door and headed towards the Taoist temple. Yu Fong, an old Taoist responsible for miscellaneous affairs, had already welcomed the visitor inside, surrounded by many Taoists, ushering in a blue-robed old Taoist with a crane hair and youthful face, heading in the direction of the grand hall. Upon encountering Yu Hong, the old Taoist's eyes lifted and they scrutinized him carefully. Temple Master Yu, I am Qing Hongzi, from the primordial heavenly master mansion. The old Taoist greeted with one hand held in a Taoist salute. Chapter 352. So it is the revered senior Qing Hongzi, one of the 4 colors of the primordial heavenly master mansion. Your esteemed name has long been heard, and it is an honor to finally meet you in person. I have long admired you, Yu Hong said with a harmonious smile on his face, lowering his posture as he approached. Master Yu is young and promising. To have entered the pivotal stage of Taoist quality transformation at such an age is indeed cause for celebration. It seems the Qingchun Temple standings in the grand competition are due to rise. Qing Hongzi smiled modestly, also offering compliments. I thank the senior for your auspicious words, Yu Hong said with a smile. The two walked side by side into the reception hall in the backyard. Since the senior has come, I assume you have some understanding of the Yin Qi Sky Pillar, right? After taking their seats, only Yu Hong and Master Yu Hen, who had hurried over, accompanied Qing Hongzi at the Qingchun Temple. After exchanging a few polite words, Yu Hong could sense that Qing Hongzi, no matter what he spoke of, always carried a hint of faint arrogance. The spiritual fluctuations emanating from him were incredibly strong and profound, even more so than Qing Huang, whom Yu Hong had encountered before. Such cultivation skills were likely to have reached the thousands in height, a no wonder as one of the 4 colors of the primordial heavenly master mansion. The primordial heavenly master mansion has 4 colors and 8 temple master level experts, the strongest lineup second only to the heavenly master. Even among these 8 there are distinctions of rank and power. Qing Hongzi was one with moderate strength among the 8. The trio discussed the recent frequent occurrence of natural disasters before naturally turning the conversation to the Yin Qi Sky Pillar near Taizhou. I have come for this Yin Qi Sky Pillar, Qing Hongzi stated lightly. How does the senior plan to deal with it? The junior has inspected the heavenly pillar and found it to be quite troublesome, Yu Hong said gravely. Master Yu is still young and has not seen enough of the world, not having experienced the several eras of the past. It's understandable that you're frightened to such an extent, Qing Hongzi replied bluntly. More than 30 years ago, a Yin Qi Sky Pillar also appeared. 15 years ago, I resolved one as well. To date, I have dealt with no fewer than 9 such cases. He smiled, unconcerned with the matter. That heavenly pillar may seem powerful and terrifying, but in reality, all monsters within cannot leave it, not even a step. Once they move slightly away, their power significantly diminishes. Furthermore, these types of monsters are limited by the density of the environmental contamination. They cannot completely leave the vicinity of the heavenly pillar. Thus, thoroughly dealing with the heavenly pillar and those stray monsters will be like fish out of water. They will soon wither and die, disappearing on their own. Yu Hong looked at Master Yu Hen, seeking with his eyes confirmation of the other's claim. Master Yu Hen shook his head, indicating his ignorance on the subject. In the past, it was not he who served as the temple master, and the Qingchun Temple was too weak in terms of power and influence. Previously, they wouldn't have even qualified to be privy to such confidential matters. Were it not for the heavenly pillar appearing near Taizhou this time, even if the 9 sects solved it again, their side might remain utterly unaware. The 2 of you need not worry. What time is it now? Qing Hongzi confidently asked. It is 4:50 p.m. now, Yu Hong replied after checking his phone. How long does it take to get to the Sky Lake from here? Qing Hongzi asked further. About half an hour, Yu Hong answered. Then let's go. We aim to return before nightfall. Qing Hongzi stood up as he looked again at Yu Hong and Master Yu Hen. I'll emphasize once more. The heavenly pillar is not to be feared. The troublesome part is the 7 evil alliance, those who continuously open the heavenly pillars to create chaos. The so-called black disaster spirit disaster is merely a tool in their hands to create chaos and achieve their goals. Remember not to confuse the primary with the secondary, he reminded. Although the 7 evil alliance is annoying, I feel that the spirit disaster and black disaster are even more dangerous. Yu Hong spoke again. Only he who had witnessed the apocalyptic scenes firsthand truly understood how much destruction would ensue once the dangers of the black disaster and spirit disaster were fully unleashed. Enough, no need to mention it again. The black disaster erupted many times in ancient times as well. It was just minor trouble. Even if left unattended, It will wreak havoc for a while and then dissipate on its own. The spirit disaster, while marginally stronger, will just last slightly longer than the black disaster. The real bone-gnawing maggots are the Seven Evil Alliance. Qing Hongzi reiterated, and then, seeing that Yu Hong still wanted to say something, he abruptly turned his head away, showing an impatient look as if it were impossible to reason with him. Yu Hong was at a loss for words and looked at the old temple master, Yu Hin. Before meeting, he could never have imagined that such top-level experts within the Taoist sect would be so indifferent to the black disaster and spirit disaster. That inexplicable arrogance, even though hidden behind the strict etiquette of the Taoist sect, was still vividly apparent. Master Yu Hin simply shrugged his shoulders, indicating there was nothing he could do. In truth, he cared not who was right or wrong. As long as he could preserve the Taoist temple, either would do. Because only temple master-level individuals could approach the heavenly pillar, Yu Hong personally accompanied Qing Hongzi to the site of the Yin-Chi Sky Pillar. As Qing Hongzi said, he intended to resolve the heavenly pillar quickly and then move on to the next location. There were no small number of heavenly pillars activated by the Seven Evil Alliance now. The faster they acted, the more they could mitigate the direct and indirect economic losses. Half an hour later, the setting sun dipped halfway below the horizon seaboard. Qing Hongzi and Yu Hong stood on a speedboat, directly heading toward the massive Yin-Chi Sky Pillar in the distance. Both wore small communication earpieces for short-distance conversation. Yu Hong has long been familiar with the language and script of the Yasong, with no need for a translator's assistance. Thus, this communicator had replaced the position of the previous translator. "Senior, it's just ahead," Yu Hong said gravely. "Please be extremely careful. There are exceedingly terrifying entities hidden within the heavenly pillar." "Don't worry." Qing Hongzi smiled and drew out from his large sleeve a green-blue gold-edged disc. The disc was densely covered with countless golden line runes. In the center of the disc was a lacquered black, hollow, vertical pupil in the shape of a human eye. "This is the Sky Stabilizing Plate, a Mountain River Dao artifact forged out by our Taoist sect's gathering of 36 of the strongest magicians over the course of 9 days and nights," he said as he gently caressed the disc, his eyes filled with pride. "You have never seen with your own eyes the true power of the Sky Stabilizing Plate when it was used to suppress the entry point of the Black Disaster, the Gate of Despair. That's why you're so panic-stricken by this mere heavenly pillar." He tossed the Sky Stabilizing Plate forward. "Take a good look. The real foundation of our Taoist sect." Whoosh! That palm-sized turquoise plate, spinning, rapidly approached the gigantic Yin-Chi Sky Pillar. With a plop, the plate completely disappeared into the heavenly pillar, vanishing from sight. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Buzz! Right at that moment, the entire Yin-Chi Sky Pillar let out a roar as it began to rapidly shrink and thin. As time passed, the diameter of the heavenly pillar became smaller and smaller, thinner and thinner, and its color became increasingly faint. Then, on the 30th second, under Yu Hong's astonished watch, the entire heavenly pillar burst apart. Boom! The gray mist instantly vanished without a trace. The vast Yin-Chi Sky Pillar, which had been so immense just moments ago, was now nothing but smoke in mere 30 seconds. In midair, only that turquoise Sky Stabilizing Plate remained, idly rotating afloat and emitting bright golden light. "Retrieve." Qing Hongzi extended his hand, and as if pulling a fine thread, he drew the Sky Stabilizing Plate back from midair. With a snap, the plate landed in his hand and was carefully stowed away in his large sleeve. "That's settled." This Sky Stabilizing Plate once closed the widely opened gate to the Black Disaster. What's more, this faintly manifested Yin-Chi Sky Pillar. "Elder, is it completely resolved now?" Yu Hong, looking at the original location of the heavenly pillar, suddenly noticed that there seemed to be a subtle disturbance in the sea at that spot, and faint gray fog was continuously emanating upwards from below the waters. The fog was dissipating very slowly, barely noticeable. "It's done. Just some residual remains, nothing to be concerned about. It will disappear on its own after a while." Qing Hongzi spoke nonchalantly. Could we thoroughly deal with these hidden dangers before we leave? Yu Hong cautiously suggested. I'll try. Qing Hongzi threw out the sky-stabilizing plate again. But this time the plate seemed unresponsive and no longer emitted golden light. It seems this small scale is not enough to trigger the activation of the sky-stabilizing plate, but this also indicates that the threat here has been completely eliminated. Even the sky-stabilizing plate doesn't bother with such a weak intensity. So no need to worry, Master Yu. After returning, you can put up a notice advising people to avoid the sea area for the next 10 years or so. Is that so? I understand.
Yu Hong nodded seriously.
He was now somewhat able to understand why the people of the Taoist sect didn't take the Black Disaster Spirit disaster seriously. With the sky-stabilizing plate's exaggerated effect, the way it shut down that huge In-Chi sky pillar in 30 seconds flat. No wonder the people of the Taoist sect were so confident. Their pride was not without reason. Let's go, time to head back. Qing Hongzi smiled. He took the lead in turning the motorboat around to return the way they had come. However, as Yu Hong followed to leave, he couldn't help but look back once more at the sea where the heavenly pillar had been. Beneath the surface of the sea, the strands of gray fog that lingered seemed to be denser than the fog from the previous heavenly pillar. Elder, do you plan to thoroughly cleanse all the In-Chi sky pillars like this? Yu Hong asked again. How could that be possible? Qing Hongzi laughed. The sky-stabilizing plate also has its consumption. The entire ancestor court of our Taoist sect has only 9 sky-stabilizing plates, with each of the 9 sects possessing one. He took out the small disc, playing with it in his hand. In fact, we only need to ensure the safety of the key cities. As for the more remote places, just let them be. They will collapse on their own before long. He paused for a moment, then continued. Don't be fooled by the power of the sky-stabilizing plate in my hand, that it can suppress such a large heavenly pillar so easily. In reality, this is just a subsidiary vessel of my primordial heavenly master mansion's sky-stabilizing plate. Can only be used once or twice before it needs to be recharged. The true intact sky-stabilizing plate is always kept in the most hidden location of our sect. So that's how it is. Yu Hong had an epiphany. The Taoist sect had already made meticulous arrangements against disasters like the Black Disaster and Spirit Disaster. These 9 sky-stabilizing plates were their ultimate trump cards for suppressing everything. But the heavenly pillars in those remote areas, won't they proliferate even further? He recalled the dire situation in Hope City World, wondering if doing nothing would truly lead to self-collapse? Or was it because the worlds were different, so were the circumstances? He remained skeptical. If it really comes to that, with 2 heavenly masters in place to activate the sky-stabilizing plate's main body, we can certainly suppress all evil. Don't worry. Qing Hongzi smiled. Chapter 353. In truth, these secrets are not meant for the ordinary. They are considered confidential within our Taoist sect. Qing Hongzi twirled his beard. But you are different. With your talent, it might not be long before I see you at the 9 Sects Conference. The 9 Sects Conference is not solely participated by the 9 sects but also includes the leaders of the foremost branches of Taoist sects. These are the real pillars of the Taoist sects, the essence of their strength, depth, and foundation. And for someone like Yu Hen with insignificant power, they simply don't possess the qualifications to be privy to these secrets of the Taoist sects. I appreciate your sharing, Senior. Yu Hong understood the goodwill behind the other's actions. The two quickly returned to Taizhou. Qing Hongzi had received the 30 million travel expenses from Yu Hong before he set off back home. As for the next heavenly pillar he spoke of, he did not go there, seemingly because the price negotiations fell through. His station faction, Mount Immaculate, is a much stronger medium-sized faction compared to Qingchen Temple and Jufang Temple. Its influence spans 3 major markets, with 3 masters at the level of the Temple Master, and even its leader is rumored to have mastered passive techniques, regarded as a significant figure in the southern circle of magicians. Perhaps believing in their own strength to suppress the cases brought by the heavenly pillar, they refused to pay the fee. After all, 30 million may not be much in the eyes of someone like Yu Hong with a whole world behind him, but for a normal faction, that is a considerable operational expense. However, having witnessed the entire process of the sky-stabilizing plate suppression, Yu Hong always felt the sky-stabilizing plate suppression of the heavenly pillar was not as effortless as Qing Hongzi claimed. Yunshu Mountain. At the towering peak, a white platform paved with jade stones. A small bamboo-woven cushion was placed here, and on it sat an old man with a strong build, horizontally striped face and grizzled hair. The old man held a horsetail whisk in one hand, while the other flipped through a document on the ground in front of him. The light blue document cover, made of soft plastic, was constantly flickered by the mountain wind, making a crisp sound. "Is this all the intelligence sent by Chong Jinzi?" The old man asked somewhat dissatisfaction after reading the document. "Yes, my lord. All the reports from the late Qing province are here." From behind amidst the mists, a blurred, ingot-shaped attendant quietly emerged, bowing in response. "Is there anything else? How many Yin Qi sky pillars have been sealed?" The flat-faced elder continued his inquiry. 34 have been sealed so far, with 3 remaining. They pose minimal threat and need not be attended to for now. The attendant answered. "Bring me all the replies to go through." The elder insisted. "Yes." Soon, the attendant brought a new stack of documents, carefully placing them beside the old man. On a closer look, one could see the attendant's skin was snow-white, clad in a black undershirt, standing only 1.45 meters tall, with the eyeballs bizarrely rotating continuously, not moving side to side, but spinning evenly within the eyelids like 2 spheres. After browsing for a while, the elder suddenly picked out 4 documents. "These have issues. Highlight them for close observation. Long Qing is far too devious with his schemes. Warn everyone to stay vigilant." "Yes." The attendant stepped forward and took the 4 documents one by one. On one of the revealed documents, it was clearly noted with handwriting. "Sealed the 11th Yin Qi sky pillar. Encountered the new temple master of Qingchen Temple in Taizhou, Yu Hong. His origins are unclear. His attention to the black disaster spirit disaster is unusually keen. The fear shadow called forth in his cultivation technique diverges from the norm, and he was unaffected by the spirit disaster fluctuations near the heavenly pillar. Suspiciously linked to the spirit disaster, attempting to draw external attention excessively to the black disaster spirit disaster in order to obscure other matters. Please assign someone to closely monitor him. Master, recently several skilled members of our Taoist sect have gone missing without a trace, losing all contact. Heavenly Masters suggests that our lower Yuan sect should investigate." "Ah!" The old man sighed. "The Taoist sect appears united as iron, the 9 sects commanding respect everywhere. Yet within we have too much dross, with people holding positions without merit. Not just that, they always have their own ulterior motives. So what does Master suggest?" "Send out invitations to the members of the last Qingyang Action Group. Reassemble the group. There's too much chaff in the Taoist sect. I cannot discern who is trustworthy. Later, once reformed, hand this matter over to the action group." The elder commanded. "Understood. I will notify them." The attendant turned to leave, then seemed to remember something abruptly. "Master, those who went to seal and suppress the heavenly pillar mentioned that during this suppression, there always seems to be some residue left, as if the sky-stabilizing plate wasn't able to completely cleanse. Should we be concerned about this?" "Don't worry about it. When the sky-stabilizing plate itself presides over the situation, any significant activity would cause disturbances. As long as the plate itself remains unstirred, these are all trivial issues. The 7 Evil Alliance is currently the bigger concern." The elder dismissed carelessly with a wave of his hand. "Yes." The warning to the Taoist sect didn't seem to receive much attention. Yu Hong sat cross-legged in a slightly smaller temple behind the main hall. As he watched over the core of the entire Taoist temple's array on the ground, his mind was pondering. With the arrival of Qing Hongzi, who hastily dealt with the Yin Qi sky pillar, he promptly left. The power of the sky-stabilizing plate was indeed potent, yet the lingering traces always left Yu Hong with a knot in his throat, an indescribable discomfort. For some reason, he had a bad premonition. especially after seeing the environmental spiritual fluctuation readings on the multimeter approaching 1. His concern grew even more severe. Yu Hong flipped through the 3 types of talismans he had acquired after the enhancement process, his expression grave. After a while, he set down the talismans and picked up the multimeter. This is a special detection tool I had custom-made overseas that can detect the spiritual fluctuation readings in the surrounding environment. He briefly explained the functionality of the multimeter, then turned to face the U-generation elder Taoists sitting in meditation behind him. The data measured recently all show that the surrounding environment readings have been consistently stable around 0.6. Do you masters and senior brothers know what this means? What does it mean? A group of elder Taoists looked perplexed. It means that if there's even a slight problem with the spiritual fluctuations in this environment, it can easily affect the thought processes of a normal adult. Yu Hong spoke earnestly. Are you suggesting mass hypnosis? Or a neurological technique? Yu Hen quickly caught on. Exactly. Yu Hong nodded. Disciple suspects that the spirit disaster triggered by the heavenly pillar may not have been so simply suppressed, but our letters to the Taoist sect have not been taken seriously. So, what do you plan to do? Umo asked. Now that you're the temple master, tell us, and we will cooperate accordingly. No matter what, whether the spirit disaster continues to erupt or becomes even more severe, I plan to make all preparations. I want to strengthen the emergency response forces of our Qingchen temple. After all, better safe than sorry. Yu Hong spoke with resolve. His words prompted a chorus of nods from the group of old men. That's reasonable. Just tell us straight, what do you need us to do? Yu Hen said straightforwardly. It's quite simple. I have mastered a special secret technique that can harness the collective power of everyone for joint enhancement. After the enhancement, the benefits can be shared among all. Yu Hong began to expound on the many strengths and advantages of his spirit light, which seemed flawless. After hearing his pitch, the elder Taoists were left dizzy and overwhelmed, readily agreeing to him, opening the gates of Qingchen Temple for the wide-scale recruitment of external disciples. It didn't matter if the external disciples couldn't master the Guanwu skill, as long as they could practice the Spirit Light secret skill. After discussing the Spirit Light secret skill, Yu Hong brought out the 3 types of talismans he had obtained after their enhancement. Moreover, Disciple has also developed 3 special talismans specifically for dealing with the spirit disaster, which can be used for everyone's cultivation. He handed out the paper with the talismans transcribed on it. Yu Hen and a few others huddled together to look. They saw 3 types of bizarre runes they had never seen before. Spirit Detection Talisman can detect all abnormal spiritual traces within 100 meters. Catastrophe Spirit Talisman. When encountering a spiritual domain coverage, this talisman can protect the user for about 10 seconds to break free from influence. The actual duration depends on the burning speed of the talisman. Spirit Avoidance Talisman causes abnormal spiritual entities to completely ignore the user, with the duration depending on the burning of the talisman. The 3 talismans were all enhanced versions of their predecessors, with the difficulty of their inscription also being optimized and reduced. The only problem is, all these talismans require the addition of spirit light for their production. So that's it. That's the true reason you need everyone to practice the spirit light secret skill. Yu Hen realized suddenly. Indeed. Yu Hong sighed and nodded. Disciple also thought if everyone can possess such talismans, it would be good if the spirit disaster doesn't erupt. But if it does worsen and explode, we would not encounter any mishaps. Additionally, these 3 talismans have a very long shelf life and can serve as vital personal protection against spiritual entities on a daily basis. That makes sense. The crowd voiced their agreement. Let's do this, Zhengro. How do we need to cooperate? Elder Umo gave a hearty slap on his thigh and smiled. Quite simple. I would just like to ask the senior instructors here to take turns serving as the transmission Taoists teaching the Spirit Light secret skill. Yu Hong said solemnly. Transmission Taoists? That's easy. Umo laughed, as this was his specialty. After arranging tasks for the elder Taoists, Yu Hong once again approached the vicinity of the Yinqi sky pillar alone. The gray breath there was denser, continuously spilling forth from the seabed unceasingly. Although this gray mist had not formed a new Yinqi sky pillar, the environmental spiritual fluctuation readings were becoming increasingly concentrated. This reminded Yu Hong of the omens before the onset of the Black Disaster. It was the same back then. At the same time, each time he approached this place, he felt an indescribable immense psychic pressure. There seemed to be nothing there, but his heart felt as if it was pressed down by a stone, making it difficult to breathe. The sea was calm at this moment, and the weather overcast. Yu Hong stood on the speedboat, took a breath, pulled his gaze back, and looked in another direction. There, without knowing when, an extra figure in a black robe had appeared. The figure stood silently on the water, motionless. "When did you arrive?" Yu Hong asked. Across the span of dozens of meters, his voice, through spiritual fluctuations, reached the other person's ears precisely. "Just now," the figure replied. At the same time, the person lifted their head and removed the hood to reveal the familiar face of Qing Huang, who had left previously. "What's the situation with the Seven Evil Alliance? On your return this time, have you found out any information regarding the Black Disaster and the Spirit Disaster?" Yu Hong inquired again. Chapter 354. "No." Qing Huang shook her head. "The Alliance is busy planning the next major assault on the Taoist sects, and no one is paying attention to the Black Disaster Spirit Disaster." Yu Hong frowned. "Why? Hasn't the Spirit Disaster already caused so much harm? Why doesn't even the Seven Evil Alliance take it seriously?" The Alliance hierarch and the Seven Evils don't see the Black Disaster Spirit Disaster as a problem. Their attitude is that even if it fully unleashes, they are confident that they can quickly suppress it again. Whether it's the Black Disaster or the Spirit Disaster, they are merely tools and weapons used to disrupt the Taoist sects. "Nothing more," Qing Huang replied. True to the lineage, Yu Hong didn't know what to say. Clearly, the magicians of this world have not suffered the pain of the Source Disaster. Regardless of good or evil, they all underestimate the Source Disaster. In their view, the opponent behind the Source Disaster is the real key. As long as they solve the opponent, things like the Source Disaster can be easily suppressed in a flash and everything can be restored. To be honest, Qing Huang also showed a hint of confusion. Alliance hierarch, with the Black Disaster Spirit Disaster under control and monitored by the Sky Stabilizing Plate, they can't make any big waves. Why do you still pay such close attention? Why expend energy and spirit to probe it? That's because you don't understand how terrible they are.
Yuong Siged.
Ever since he arrived in this world, he has felt that the environment has been deteriorating without pause. Even though the Sky Stabilizing Plate previously sealed the Yinqi sky pillar here, the environmental spiritual fluctuation values are still on the rise. He tried to describe in detail the terror of the Black Disaster. Suddenly, in front of the two, a white wave on the sea rose abruptly, with a splash. Within the wave, a white shadow burst through the foam, hiding in the white waves and shooting into the sky, disappearing into the clouds in a blink of an eye. "What just came out?" Yu Hong asked with a grave expression. "It seems like a fish?" Qing Huang answered uncertainly. Yu Hong picked up the multimeter and turned it on. Beep. The data 1.264 suddenly appeared on the liquid crystal display screen. "It's over 1. Yu Hong's expression turned grave. He looked up in the direction where that thing had flown away, deciding in his heart, when he returned he would speed up the cultivation of the Guanwu skill. As soon as possible, he will get the special characteristics of the cultivation technique, and also use the black mark to strengthen Qingchen Temple, to see if he could create a local Taizhou protective array, to ensure more people survive. 1 month later, facing Taozhou City, Qingchen Temple issued a new recruitment announcement. It offered extremely lenient conditions for recruiting scattered magicians, which caused quite a stir among the magician circles. Normally, any magician sect's recruitment is based on whether one can cultivate its signature cultivation technique as a basic requirement. This cultivation technique often has a high threshold, serving as a significant filter. But this time, Yu Hong, as the temple master, set aside the recruitment cultivation technique Guanwu skill, instead offering another cultivation technique called the Spirit Light Secret Skill. Anyone willing could try to cultivate it, and this cultivation technique has a very low threshold. Many magicians, with the attitude of giving it a try, went to test it. Unexpectedly, 5 went and all 5 passed. One even had very poor Taoist skills aptitude, a magician who barely managed to produce Tao breath in the past. Even with such aptitude, they were able to practice the Spirit Light Secret Skill and manifest Spirit Light. Suddenly, the entire magician community of Taizhou went crazy. Who wouldn't want to become a disciple of a prestigious sect? Who wouldn't want to proudly proclaim themselves as a true disciple of the Taoist sects? Isn't it just because they lack the aptitude and can't meet the standards? Haven't you seen how many disciples Qingchen Temple had before? Only a few from the Dao Seed class, right? And now Yu Hong has opened this opportunity. Qingchen Temple also bought a large piece of wasteland in the suburbs at a high price. Then they gathered construction teams to begin rapid construction. The number of external disciples joining increased day by day, with nearly a dozen people joining daily for preservation of life, and then receiving the Spirit Light Secret Skill from a few old Taoists of the Yu generation. With the title and resources of a Taoist sect disciple as an inducement, Qingchen Temple absorbed over 300 magicians from various places in just half a month. A small part of these magicians were from Taizhou itself, but the vast majority were from other areas. Once they confirmed that the title of external disciple was real and the Spirit Light Secret Skill they were cultivating was genuine, they packed up their families and migrated. After all, no magician wants to see their condition plummet quickly after 30, with a significant loss of power and lifespan. When it concerns the crucial matter of survival, Qingchen Temple's move was too attractive. Meanwhile, Yu Hong was diligently cultivating the Guanwu skill on the one hand, and on the other, he began gathering the elixir Taoists within the temple, trying to concoct a special potion that could increase the speed of cultivation. At this time, in one of the pavilions, he stayed in the laboratory with 3 old Taoists, discussing how to improve the medicinal soup previously used in the Taoist temple. In terms of elixirs, it was Yu Zhong who was particularly skilled, and he had always been in charge of this area. In fact, he is also one of the 3 old Taoists. Hearing Yu Hong's request, he showed a troubled expression. Sure, nephew Zhang Ro, it's not that we don't want to work on it, but your request is actually very difficult to achieve, he sighed. Medicinal soup that increases the speed of cultivation. If that were possible, we would have done it already. Actually, because of the cultivation technique, our sect does not have much need for materials. Instead, we have very high requirements for spiritual willpower. And there has never been any medicinal soup known to strengthen spiritual willpower. I can understand. So, the medicines that supplement nutrition and boost alertness can be prepared, right? Yu Hong asked as a second option. There are indeed ready-made ones for that. Even people in our temple occasionally use them, such as the concentrating soup and the gathering heart pills. These 2 are quite effective, Yu Zhong explained. Give me these 2 ready-made medicines. I'll try their effects, Yu Hong ordered. All right. Soon, an assistant brought over a portion of each of the 2 medicines. Both were stored in brown light-proof glass bottles, and they were still cold to the touch, obviously refrigerated. I will try these first and then think of other ways. Yu Hong took the 2 bottles of medicine and instructed them to research safe supplements that replenish essence, qi, and spirit before turning to leave. Spiritual cultivation requires the consumption of essence, qi, and spirit, so nourishing them will become a key focus in the Taoist temple. Moreover, through the enhancing potions, he had obtained a trace of inferior moon god bloodline, which gave him an idea. Since the effects of the Black Mark enhancing potion were so good, he could certainly use this function to directly aid in the cultivation of the Tai Ling skill. Thinking leads to action. He quickly returned to his residence with the potions. He placed the potions on the table inside his house. Then he reached out to touch them. Enhancing potion, maximum enhancement, direction. To aid in the cultivation of the Tai Ling skill, no side effects. Hiss. Black lines flew out and streamed into the 2 bottles of potions. Soon a countdown appeared. 72 days, 11 hours, 9 minutes. So long. Yu Hong was at a loss for words. After hesitating, he still responded affirmatively. The potions flickered slightly, and the black mark began to absorb a large amount of inner strength from the Tai Ling skill within his body. Only after sweeping away all his power and consuming more than half of his mental and physical strength, making Yu Hong feel dizzy and blurred, did it stop. Only then did the countdown on the surface of the 2 bottles of potions begin to tick down. According to the rule that the longer the time, the stronger the effect, I hope it will not disappoint me when the time comes. Yu Hong placed the 2 bottles of potions into the safe and locked it. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Thousands of nautical miles away from Yasong, over a deep and cold azure sea, a large fishing vessel measuring hundreds of meters in length was anchored. On the side of the fishing boat, 2 white-haired old Taoists from the Yunshu Mountain Taoist sect were carefully observing the condition of the sea waves. One came from the Dayanluo Temple by the Fa Ming Taoist name. The other came from the Supreme Ningxu Palace by the Taoist name Yuan Chun. Their relationship was indestructible, and they had agreed to handle this mission together. However, upon arriving at their destination, they realized that the area was desolate, without even an island in sight, and they didn't know how to swim. They couldn't go down at all. Didn't the mission state that there used to be an isolated island here? Where is the island now? Fa Ming said, resigned. The mission description is incorrect. Let's go back. We can't proceed like this, Yuan Chun said, his expression equally helpless. Just received a satellite phone call. Su Heavenly Master has finally come around and wants to reorganize the action group. Our old comrades can finally get together again. After so many years, it's not easy. From the original 30-plus people, after decades, only about a dozen are left who have broken through and stepped into Temple Master level. Time spares no one. We were all geniuses back then. Yuan Chun sighed. Do you know why Su Heavenly Master suddenly agreed to reorganize the action group? Fa Ming asked in a low voice. I'm not sure, but it might be related to the recent events. Over the years, the situation within the Taoist sect has been feeling increasingly off, Yuan Chun said, frowning. To be honest, I didn't agree with disbanding in the first place. At that time, I vaguely felt that there was a strong and hidden force within the Taoist sect that we failed to capture. But by then, everyone was tired, and my voice didn't carry much weight, so I had to go with the flow, Fa Ming said. Until recently, I felt that this force seemed to have surfaced again. I've had the same feeling as you. The Seven Evil Alliance, how could it rampage outside for so many years? Whenever Su Heavenly Master acts, the other side seems to know the plans in advance. If not for a mole inside, it would have been. Yuan Chun's words were cut off when suddenly, his eyes narrowed as he saw a black boat far away on the sea, quickly approaching. This is the open sea, right? He asked instinctively. Yes. Fa Ming, who also noticed the boat, became solemn. Be careful. Something is wrong. Whoosh. Suddenly, a figure leaped from the small black boat in the distance. The figure plunged into the sea with a splash and disappeared. Wait. Something's wrong. This is an illusion. Fa Ming suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. With a single hand, he formed a seal, instantly releasing a technique. A wave of blue light rippled around them like water waves. Soon, they discovered that the small black boat, which appeared to be very far away just moments ago, was now shockingly only 100 meters away from them in mere seconds. Their sense of distance had been severely disrupted. This kind of special technique for controlling distance. Not good. Could it be Xian Jingzi? Fa Ming's face changed dramatically. Chapter 355. Where did the man who just dived go? At this moment on the fishing boat, Yuan Chun also felt something was wrong and hurriedly grabbed the pendant of the Inheritance Dao artifact on his chest. From such a close distance, the opponent could dive and swim for a bit and then, puff! Suddenly, a pale blue scimitar engraved with dense runes fiercely pierced through Yuan Chun's chest from behind. This scimitar not only penetrated him but also pierced through the Inheritance Dao artifact that he was gripping tightly in his hand. He stood frozen in place, vomiting a mouthful of blood. No! Yuan Chun, Fa Ming, who was beside him, stunned for a moment, then roared furiously and instantly activated the Inheritance Dao artifact. A massive blue whale phantom quickly appeared above them and crashed down with a thunderous bang. Boom! The entire fishing boat seemed to be enveloped in blue jelly, and all magicians on board except for the two men would be attacked by the whale. But the next second, hiss! The entire head of the whale was severed from top to bottom by an invisible blade in an instant. Roar! The whale screamed miserably. The divine intent from the Inheritance Dao artifact quickly dissipated and collapsed. The fishing boat, unscathed, was revealed. On the deck of the fishing boat, Yuan Chun and Fa Ming, two senior magicians of the Temple Master level from the 9 sects, were now both lying in a pool of blood, lifeless. A man in a black cloak with long black hair, bearing a giant character for evil on his back, was now standing beside the two bodies. Got rid of two more. Can't let Su Chong reorganize the action team again. The man dissolved the pale blue scimitar in his hand, letting it turn into blue light spots. Xianjing Sr., your passive technique is cracked, said another woman in a black cloak, softly walking up beside him. It's okay. I'll fix it in a bit. The man chuckled. But it's rare for us to act together. Does your Green Jade sect want to join us for a joint operation? You want to feed your magic blade with blood? The woman revealed a hint of sarcasm. We're all colleagues here, and the Alliance Hierarch is watching. How could I dare? The man laughed playfully. You're the leader of the 7 evils. What is there you can't do? The woman spoke coldly. Enough jokes. Let's quickly make arrangements and head back. This place is cold and dull. There's no one around. It's boring. The man kicked the corpse in front of him. Okay. The woman took out a black disc, covered in various symbols and patterns carved with purple-red lines, with a white human eye pattern at the center. It was completely the opposite style of the sky-stabilizing plate. She quietly chanted a few spell words and then threw the disc out. Go! The disc gently plummeted into the sea surface, quickly sinking with a splash. The two waited quietly nearby, no longer speaking. After a few minutes, wisps of gray mist emerged steaming from the seawater. It's done. The woman took out a black talisman, looked at the illuminated patterns on it, and nodded. Then let's go. The man smiled, turned around, and was about to return to the small boat they came from. Suddenly his expression changed. As if sensing something, he turned back to look at the sea. What's wrong? The woman looked at him puzzled. Nothing. It must be an illusion. The man shook his head. For a moment, he seemed to sense an extremely exaggerated and terrifying spiritual fluctuation flash by. But soon he was back to his senses. How could such a powerful spiritual force exist in this world? That kind of terrifying pressure, like a mountain range, would require at least 100 times his spiritual power to converge. Even the Alliance Hierarch couldn't possibly be that strong. Let's go. He shook his head, slightly chuckled, and with a leap, landed lightly on the small boat as if performing light footwork. The woman followed suit and stood on the small boat, and soon they started the engine, turned the bow, and rapidly left the way they had come, leaving behind the original large fishing boat, still quietly floating on the sea surface, with all living people aboard killed during their boarding. The sea wind howled, and the waves surged. In a few moments, over 10 minutes had passed. Hiss! Suddenly a massive fish-shaped white light flashed by. It glided over the sea surface and vanished in a blink of an eye. This white light appeared mysteriously and disappeared without a trace, with incredible speed. After the white light, the previously large fishing boat also mysteriously disappeared from the sea surface, leaving no trace, as if it had never existed from the beginning. Asterisk. 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 Hope City World. Yu Hong stepped out from the black mist and returned to his own safe house. He took a deep breath, having not stayed here for a long time. Returning now, he unexpectedly felt an indescribable sense of nostalgia. This trip to Hope City, to extract spirit light once, should be enough to enhance its intensity further. He contemplated inwardly, it had to be said, the strengthening ability of spirit light was bizarrely powerful. The Tai Ling skill had created something special that, much like a virus, as long as enough people practiced it, its intensity could crazily stack up. Thud. He opened the door. Outside, the ultimate gate was wide open. A half-transparent hand resembling a sculpture of ice was stretching out, trying to grasp something. The hand emitted a soft blue light, illuminating its surroundings, covering all the nearby ground with a thick layer of blue ice. Yu Hong paid no mind to these. Lately, the ultimate gate always occasionally bursts out with some monstrously powerful creatures. But because he possessed a trace of the ultimate sun's power, not only did these creatures not attack him, but they also regarded him as one of their own. Rather, it was Zhang Kaiying. Yu Hong looked towards her dwelling cave, securely sealed, and he could faintly sense a vague spiritual fluctuation still alive inside. Confirming she was alive, Yu Hong did not dwell on it. He looked up at the direction, leapt high into the air, and with a sudden whoosh, he charged towards Hope City. Hours later, his figure returned to Black Wind Camp. But this time, 2 physically robust armed warriors followed behind him. Both warriors were dressed in the latest enhanced version of the Heavenly Destiny suit. This suit could extremely effectively transmit spirit light and even amplify the effects of spirit light. Thus, many users in Hope City had given it a common nickname, spiritual equipment. I'll have to trouble you to patrol here. I will come out every once in a while. Other times I need to focus on research. Yu Hong stood at the door of the safe house, turned back and instructed the 2. It's our duty, no need for the Alliance hierarch to be polite. Both persons responded respectfully, bending forwards. With spiritual equipment on, maintaining 24-hour security here should not be affected by various dangers. However, due to physical constitution issues, you still need to go back and switch every once in a while, Yu Hong said. We understand that, but regarding the other safe location mentioned by the Alliance hierarch, not sure where it is. One of them couldn't help but ask again. I am already handling it, it still needs time. There are other dangers and troubles there, no less severe than the Black Disaster and Cold Disaster. Yu Hong sighed, feeling a headache coming on just thinking about the spirit disaster in the other world. He was acquainting Hope City with various travel routes back and forth, also to facilitate his own convenience so he wouldn't need to keep running over there. Now, the enhancement of spirit light has significantly improved the survival rate of warriors in Hope City. Blended with cosmic divine light, these individuals wouldn't be actively harmed by creatures from the Ultimate Gate. This meant that the Ultimate Gate's area of influence, conversely, became a safe zone for humans. This time was also a trial. If it was confirmed that the Ultimate Gate held no impact on spirit light, then Hope City planned to relocate again, moving closer to establish a new base here. The test time is roughly 3 weeks. If you 2 have no problems here over this period, then we will implement the next plan, Yu Hong said. Yes, the 2 responded respectfully. Now, Hope City for Yu Hong was already as esteemed as a deity. Spirit light significantly increased the residents' survival rate, no worries about being frozen by the cold disaster, no worries about being killed by ordinary black disaster shadows. Only when encountering high-level black disaster blood tide would there be danger. Apart from the potential side effects not yet observed, spirit light has almost given the residents of Hope City a second life. After settling the 2 in the yard, Yu Hong watched as they started to skillfully set up portable warming tents on their own, performing quite well even moderated by the warm reinforced spiritual equipment. He turned his gaze, looking towards Zhang Kaiying. Indeed, the activity here caught Zhang Kaiying's attention. A crack was moved in the stone door of the cave, a pair of eyes carefully observing from it. Watching those eyes, a sudden thought struck Yu Hong. He waved his hand towards her. Question mark. Zhang Kaiying looked at him puzzled, paused, then forcefully pushed open the stone door and walked out from the cave. She was wrapped up like a bear, wearing who knows how many clothes. The cave was a mess with all sorts of random items picked from outside. There was also an electric stove boiling hot pot on the ground, steaming and fragrant. Yu Hong sniffed, it even smelled quite delicious. He watched her walk up to him and stand quietly in front. This girl had not been afraid of the cold even back in the base. Obviously a culmination of research by people like Zhang Kaijun, and her background was rather mysterious. Yu Hong always felt she wasn't as simple as she appeared on the surface. Is it very boring staying here alone? Want uncle to take you to a nice place? He spoke softly, a gentle smile appearing on his face. The world of the Taoist sect now felt somewhat wrong. A foreboding feeling in his heart grew stronger. Contacting Hope City this time was to borrow all possible power to stabilize a safe territory on the other side. And the existing power, relying solely on the magicians from Taizhou, might not be enough. In Hope City, among the residents practicing Taoist skills, there are now 1,000 who have reached the 5th layer of Guanwu skill. With the qi condensation and shadow transformation technique passed down, instantly thousands of top-tier Dao Seed Masters would emerge. He even suspected, in another half to a full year's time, coming over, it wouldn't be surprising to even see Temple Master-level figures. The willpower of people here was horrifyingly firm. Many warriors and soldiers hovering between life and death, their cultivation of Taoist skills advanced explosively, to a point even more exaggerated than him, the teacher. Chapter 356. A good place. Zhang Kaiying revealed a puzzled look. What good place? Can it offer delicious food and fun games? She originally planned to observe the Ultimate Gate and Yu Hong, who opens the Ultimate Gate. However, as time passed, she became bored and began trying various foods and playing various games that Yu Hong introduced to her. Initially, these indulgences were merely ways to kill time, but now, she felt her previous life was incredibly foolish. She used to just sit dumbly in the dark, her mind blank, waiting for the right moment to emerge and cause a great disturbance. Such days, how boring. There are lots of eating and playing options, and you can also bring all your gaming devices, Yu Hong said gently. He felt a strong sense of crisis at the moment. If it weren't for the light disaster creatures that might cause new calamities in the world of the Taoist sect, which were beyond his control, he would even consider taking the creatures coming through the Ultimate Gate to Taizhou. As for Zhang Kaiying, he knew that this youngster was not simple. Now that the spirit light was developing, rather than letting her roam here freely all the time, he preferred to take her with him to observe her actions and behaviors and to provide her with a layer of protection through the spirit light. I want to go. This place is too small. The outside is cold, empty, and there's nothing to do, Zhang Kaiying said calmly. She seemed to always have a lack of expressions and emotions, always appearing so cold and detached. All right, but before going there, there's something you need to do, Yu Hong said, stretching out his hand. A faint silver halo suddenly arose in the palm of his hand. What is it? Zhang Kaiying also saw the silver light and looked down at the palm. Accept it, then follow me and practice the spirit light secret skill, Yu Hong answered earnestly. Zhang Kaiying squinted her eyes, watching the strand of silver spirit light. Normally, she should appear naive, but now she suddenly fell silent. She stared at the spirit light, seemingly seeing some unknown dangers within it. Must it be this way? She asked, looking up. You know, I am very saddened by what happened to your father, and I promised him that I would take good care of you. Now, if you accept it, your safety will be profoundly secured, Yu Hong said earnestly and sincerely. Right? He was using the spirit light to test Zhang Kaiying. It was known that the spirit light had integrated aspects of the cosmic divine light from the light disaster. Fully accepting it meant allowing it to integrate into her life cycle, marking herself with traces of light disaster energies. And the light disaster naturally opposed to the black disaster. If Zhang Kaiying had any connection to the black disaster, then this test posed a significant threat to her. After a silence of over a minute, Zhang Kaiying finally nodded her head. I can. Are you sure? Yu Hong asked again. Yes. Zhang Kaiying quickly stretched out her hand, swiftly grasped the strand of silver spirit light from Yu Hong's palm. Hiss. In an instant, the spirit light, like water to a sponge, permeated into her body. The next second, a layer of silver luminescence surfaced on her body, clearly the spirit light that had just merged. Is this sufficient? Zhang Kaiying asked. Yu Hong narrowed his eyes, watching the silver light on her. confirming that it was indeed spirit light. He was silent for a moment, then a new smile appeared on his face. It is. No matter what her background was, as long as the spirit light was there, the continually strengthening spirit light secret skill under the control of Tai Ling skill served as a secured shackle. He reached out, gently touching her long hair. No matter what you want to do, remember, I promised your father I would take care of you. Zhang Qiang. May I call you Xiao Jing? Of course you may. Zhang Qiang lowered her head, a shadow flashing in her eyes. She understood Yu Hong's implication. If she remained Zhang Qiang, then everything could remain as it is now. This was a tacit agreement for her, who still couldn't see through Yu Hong. Unspoken understanding, the other party was suspecting her origin now. There's no rush now, I need to prepare a bit more. When the time comes, I'll call you, Yu Hong continued. If the environmental concentration on the side of the Taoist sect worsened to a point of no return, he would decide to gather all available forces. Late January. Qingchen Temple began setting up 8 sites around the Taoist temple as the core to detect fluctuations in spiritual disasters in all directions. A large amount of manpower and resources was mobilized, and money was spent like water. In just half a month, 8 small sites were constructed. These were 8 office buildings refurbished. The surface was covered with several layers of special materials, all developed by the veteran monks of Qingchen Temple, combined with the results brought from Hope City, to create a shielding coating. It maximized the shielding and weakening effects on the spiritual disaster's notice and influence on the unfolding spiritual domain. The 8 sites, named Spirit Stations by Yu Hong, officially began operation in early February. At this moment, Zhang Ying, who went to solicit the masters of the Yu generation who had spread their reputation, finally found the secluded dwelling of a few individuals. Green mountains and rivers, blue skies and white clouds, emerald birds circling, the bamboo forest swaying making a quiet sound. Zhang Ying dressed in a black Taoist robe, holding a horsetail whisk, wearing a black mask that covered the lower half of her face, revealing only her eyes. She walked through the rustling cold bamboo forest, stepping on thick fallen leaves, and came to the front of a 2-story bamboo building with a yellow hue. The yellow bamboo leaves fluttered with the wind, falling around her like threads of rain. Qingchen Temple's Zhang Ying, here to visit Master Yushan. Please come out for a chat. Zhang Ying faced the bamboo building and called out with a raised voice. There were a few creaks from the bamboo building, and a gaunt old Taoist with a goat beard slowly walked out. The old Taoist was thin and haggard, but his eyes were like jewels, bright and clear. He also held a horsetail whisk in his hand, but it had very few bristles left. Compared to the one in Zhang Ying's hand, it was like the difference between trash and high-quality new products. Zhang Ying? A Tao seed? Go back. We are no longer people of the Qingchen Temple. The old Taoist sighed. It seemed he hadn't heard of Zhang Ying, clearly indicating that he must have left Qingchen Temple before her initiation. Master Yushan, my Master Yuhen once had differences in principles and owes you. Now he regrets it after many years and has specially sent his disciple to invite the masters back into the sect. Please forgive him. Zhang Ying sincerely bowed to the old Taoist. I told you, I am no longer a person from Qingchen Temple. You can go back. Yushan reiterated with a frown. Master, nowadays natural disasters occur frequently, and the black disaster and spirit disaster that appeared in ancient times are happening together. We, the people of the Taoist sect, should indeed take on the responsibility to protect and keep order, if only for self-cultivation and seclusion here. Then what is the meaning of your many years of practicing Taoist magic techniques? Zhang Ying persuaded. That's my business, it has nothing to do with you. I can also protect a place of peace here, Yushan said irritably. Master, do you know who the current temple master is? Zhang Ying changed her approach. Isn't it Yu Hen? Yushan said surprised. Of course not. If it really was him, he wouldn't have. Zhang Ying nodded. Indeed, if it really was him, he would never stoop to beg us to return. Yushan interrupted. You're right, the current temple master is the #1 expert of Qingchen Temple. The first mage of Taizhou, Zhang Rou elder brother. Elder brother? Yushan was startled. You call him elder brother? Of course. Zhang Ying quickly recounted a series of deeds by Yu Hong to him. A genius in his 20s? Yu Shan's face twitched, a bit incredulous. Our Qingchun temple can nurture such a genius? He couldn't help questioning. You can come back with me and see. Zhang Ying took the opportunity to suggest. Since he's so powerful, he surely doesn't need us old folks. Go back, young lady, I will not return there. Yu Shan adamantly refused. Master! Zhang Ying was getting anxious. She wanted to try saying something more. But the other party turned and walked back into the bamboo building, refusing to communicate. Master! Zhang Ying took a deep breath, touching the mask on her face. I am here on orders. Please don't make it difficult for me. Seeing that gentleness was ineffective, she recalled Yu Hong's reminder before departing, her eyes suddenly becoming sharp. Hee. What, are you going to force me? Yu Shan turned and walked out the door, looking at her. Before the temple master left, he specifically instructed that we must bring a few back to the Taoist temple. Zhang Ying's tone turned colder. After all, the outside world is becoming increasingly dangerous. Black disaster occurs frequently, spirit disaster intensifies, and the Seven Evil Alliance is ominously watching. If you few still remain alone outside, I fear. What do you fear? Yu Shan's gaze also turned cold. I fear the important people around you might encounter some misfortunes. After all, the Seven Evils Alliance isn't as reasonable as our Taoist sect. Zhang Ying's tone carried an implicit threat. Yu Shan's face slowly started to turn red. He couldn't believe that a young junior of the Zheng generation, who had only practiced Taoist magic techniques for a few years, actually dared to threaten him. Good. Very good. It seems the new temple master has set a good example for you. I don't remember Qingchun Temple being this domineering before. Don't you understand? The temple master is doing this for your own good. This is not a threat, but protection. He is protecting everyone's safety. Zhang Ying spoke solemnly. He. What's the point in talking about this now? Yu Shan scoffed. I was somewhat moved, considering going back to check the situation, but after hearing what you said, I really won't return now. Master Yu Shan, you are making it difficult for me. Zhang Ying stared at him, her voice growing colder. Then what? What do you want to do? I'm making it difficult for you, so what? Yu Shan said loudly. Hey! Zhang Ying stopped talking, just stood with her right hand in front of her, forming a seal. A mummy with a fierce shadow, burning with black fire, appeared by her side. Then please forgive my impoliteness. The black fire around the mummy suddenly covered with a faint silver light. In an instant, the silver light completely enveloped the mummy, which transformed into a silver mummy as if crafted from metal. Boom! In an instant, the mummy charged toward the bamboo building. Good audacity! Yu Shan also promptly formed the damage seal decision, summoning a black elephant-headed figure, wielding a dark golden sword and shield, rushing headlong towards the mummy. Chapter 357. In front of the bamboo forest on an open ground, two fierce shadows simultaneously rushed out for over 10 meters, leaping up and colliding in midair. Bang! The elephant-headed man from Yu Mountain looked bigger, but instead, it was the one who got repelled a step back. Moo! It roared furiously, raising its knife and chopping down lightning fast onto the mummy's shoulder. But with a clang, the knife couldn't even leave a scratch on the mummy's silver skin, only leaving a shallow white mark on the surface. Huh? Yu Mountain's expression slightly changed as he altered his spell again, and behind him, a golden lion with wings emerged. The 3-meter-tall majestic lion shook its mane and with a beating of its wings, dashed towards Zhang Ying. Its speed was extremely fast, almost like a blur. The distance of several tens of meters passed in a flash. By the time it was noticed, the lion had already bitten towards Zhang Ying's head. Ow! The enormous roar of the lion on the mental level exploded at this moment. Crack! The lion bit down completely over Zhang Ying's upper body. But, accompanied by a series of strange noises, the lion emitted distressed whimpers. It seemed what it had bitten into was not a living being but something extremely hard. With a puff, a silver dagger stabbed upward through the underbelly of the lion. The entire lion's head whimpered and burst into pieces like glass pottery, shattering into countless fragments. As the debris scattered, Zhang Ying stood in the same spot, completely unharmed, holding the dagger. "It's useless, elder uncle. This power and secret technique were bestowed upon us by senior brother. With your current strength, you can't harm me," she said. She lowered her dagger, slowly taking step by step towards Yu Mountain. "Don't forgo the wine of respect and be forced to drink the wine of penalty. Be good and come back with your junior." She always remembered the temple master's command. Make it clear that staying alone in the wilderness meant no way out. Intimidate by threatening the important people of the opponent and bring them back first. What kind of secret technique is this? Yu Mountain, bearing the headache from the backlash, finally became grave. He had never seen such a secret technique before, at least not around Qingchen Temple or Taizhou. It appears this was either something new concocted by Yu Hen or Zhang Ying. Every secret technique has its limits. I want to see just how much my attacks your technique can withstand. Yu Mountain's heart turned ruthless as he manipulated another spell. This time, he used his hidden trump card, the 6th layer Fear Shadow. A pitch-black armored figure with 8 arms, over 3 meters tall, emerged behind him. Circle after circle of black ripples constantly emanated from the armored figure. The intense spiritual fluctuation carried a slight interference effect, which could slow down the reaction speed of any magician who saw this armored figure on the spot. 8 darkness, bright weapon. Yu Mountain shouted in a low voice. Instantly, black and red spears with patterns appeared in the hands of the 8-armed armored figure. SSSSS. In an instant, the 8 spears propelled by immense force were thrown out one after another towards Zhang Ying, not far away. At this moment, Zhang Ying's black fire mummy was still entangled by the elephant-headed man and had no power to call back. In such intense combat, the gap between her and the seasoned expert from Qingchen Temple became apparent. Under high-intensity combat conditions, she could only summon 1 Fear Shadow, while the opponent could summon 2 at the same time. This was not a talent forged from the integration of the 5-spirit spring, but a limit ability cultivated by self-training with the Mind in 2 Places technique. As the 8 black spears shot out at this moment, they struck Zhang Ying's torso like lightning. She had no time to dodge and only felt darkness before her eyes as she was hit. Bang, 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 bang. One after another, the black spears continuously struck the layer of silver spirit light on her body. The black spears shattered constantly, turning into specks of light. But, until the last black spear burst and completely disappeared, turning into spiritual fluctuation. The layer of silver spirit light still had a thin translucent remnant, protecting Zhang Ying's safety. Moreover, as the black spears ceased, in less than 2 seconds, this translucent remnant, like being inflated, quickly deepened in color, restoring to the regular thickness of the silver spirit light. "It's useless," Zhang Ying said gravely, steadily approaching step by step. "Elder Uncle Yu Mountain, I'm standing right here, and you can't even interrupt my advance. How? Is that possible?" Yu Mountain watched as his trump card failed to break through the opponent's defensive technique, and in that moment, his eyes widened in disbelief, his complexion turning deathly pale. The fear shadow he had painstakingly cultivated for decades, his full-strength strike, in the end, turned out to be, "Elder Uncle, in your current state, who can you protect?" By then, Zhang Ying had already approached him. With calm eyes, she stared directly at him. Bam! One punch. She struck a heavy blow to Yu Mountain's face. This strike shattered Yu Mountain's pride and also disrupted his control over the Fear Shadow technique. The Fear Shadow dissipated in an instant. His head spinning, he fell backward onto the ground, suffering from backlash. "Take him!" Zhang Ying walked up to him and gestured with a wave of her hand. Immediately, 2 Taoists, also bearing faint silver spirit light, rushed out of the bamboo forest, lifted Yu Mountain, tied him up and carried him towards a vehicle parked outside. "Sister Zhang Ying, what about the things here?" a Taoist asked softly as he came from behind. Seal them properly, and allow no one to disturb them. Once Elder Uncle Yu Mountain regains consciousness, he will come back to sort them out. Zhang Ying replied calmly. Then, who shall we go to next? The Taoist continued to ask. Yu Shan, Yu Long, Yu Guang, go to Yu Long's place again. The strongest, Yu Guang, will be left for last, Zhang Ying replied. Understood. Speaking of which, it's impressive how Senior Sister just now was able to withstand Master Yu's Fear Shadow attack all by herself. You're really too strong. The Taoist spoke with a hint of excitement and compliment. You're wrong. Zhang Ying sighed. Do you think I'm happy? She turned around, gazing into the opponent's youthful eyes. I only feel sadness. Sadness? Yes, if Senior Brother Zhang Ro hadn't led us forward together, perhaps we would have been like Master Yu Shan, immersed in our own world, basking in the power we understood from the past, thinking highly of ourselves, unable to keep up with the times. The times are advancing, and we are merely walking on what we believe to be the right path. But this right is just what we think it is. Senior Sister, I don't quite understand. The young Taoist, who was new to the path, scratched his head and said with embarrassment. Zhang Ying didn't say anything more, only sighing. If she hadn't witnessed Yu Hong's growth with her own eyes, she might not have believed that someone could achieve such heights in such a short time. Let's go. The next task must be thoroughly resolved within 2 days. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Primordial Heavenly Master Mansion. The Heavenly Master Mansion, stretching for several kilometers, is located in the deepest part of Yunchong mountain range. It comprises a total of 19 structures, surrounded by 3 towns providing supplies, making it a well-known tourist attraction in all of Yasong. Unlike the more open lower Heavenly Master Mansion, the tourist area open to the public in the Primordial Heavenly Master Mansion only occupies half of the Taoist Palace. At present, in the other half of the Taoist Palace, inside a dark hall that has been sealed for a long time, a massive black disc, over 1 meter in height, was silently floating in the middle of the hall. The disc had holes around it, through which 8 thick yellow ropes were threaded and hung, firmly suspended. Vaguely, in the center of the disc, a white bizarre human eye pattern could be seen. This place is Dingtian Hall, also the fixed location where the sky stabilizing plate of the Primordial Heavenly Master Mansion is stored. Under normal circumstances, this place is sealed off all year round and off-limits to anyone. Only after obtaining permission can one soak a secondary body of the sky stabilizing plate in the connected pool outside the hall for charging. Aside from this, even opening the door is not allowed. Since the last suppression of the Gate of Despair, this place has not been opened for at least decades. Rumble. At this moment, the sky outside was covered with dark clouds, and thunder roared. Crack. Suddenly, a bolt of silver lightning struck down fiercely, hitting the top end of the hall outside. Heavy rain immediately poured down. Inside the hall, the sky stabilizing plate silently hovered. Without warning, a crack silently appeared on the surface of the plate. An extremely fine crack, almost impossible to detect. Whether from long use or some other reason, this powerful Tao artifact, which had suppressed the Black Disaster for hundreds of years, inexplicably developed a crack without showing signs of decay. And at this time, inside the Primordial Heavenly Master Mansion, no one was aware of this. Everyone was immersed in the peace brought by the belief that the sky stabilizing plate suppressed the world and the land remained stable. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. On the beaches of the Taizhou Marine Area, suburb, the setting sun was tilting to the west. Master Yu, look, this is what the City Environmental Bureau discovered. A somewhat bald middle-aged man, wearing a dusty suit, knelt on the beach, scooped up a handful of sand, and spoke to Yu Hong. The sand smells fishy. This is a pollution-free beach, but all the shellfish, fish, shrimp, and crabs that should be living in it have all died. He opened his hand, and the sand was yellow on the outside but black on the inside, with a strong pungent fishy stench erupting all at once. Are you certain there are no pollutants? Yu Hong looked around, using spiritual sensing to determine whether other supernatural factors could be the cause. Yes, all the detectable items have been tested, but small marine life continues to die in large numbers, the middle-aged man said helplessly. I specially formed a joint investigation team, pulling together experts from various departments to investigate, but even after a week, we still haven't found anything. He was Su Jianfeng, the deputy mayor in charge of environmental sanitation in Taozhou City. After ruling out all possible causes, he had no choice but to seek out Yu Hong. Now we can only hope, Master, you can investigate from your mystic perspective and see if you can find the reason, Su Jianfeng said helplessly. Yu Hong nodded. Not far from where the two men stood, many people from the city were waiting for his investigation results. Yu Hong walked slowly along the beach, bending down and checking every point he passed. Suddenly, he stamped his foot down. His boot heel sank into the ground, and with an upward flick, a shallow pit appeared on the beach. In the pit, a still-living black crab was completely exposed to the sunlight. The palm-sized black crab emitted a strong foul stench, reminiscent of decayed protein left for too long. Hiss! Suddenly, the black crab leaped up as if a bullet, rushing towards Yu Hong's face. Its speed was so fast that an ordinary person couldn't possibly react in time. But Yu Hong was different. He tilted his head to avoid the crab's lunge and then flicked his fingers. A blue-white inner strength shot out, instantly hitting the crab mid-air, engulfing it completely. Then he spread his hand open. The crab naturally flew through the air, landing in his hand, motionless. Chapter 358. This scene, observed by Deputy Mayor Su Jianfeng, immediately caused him to breathe lightly, his face revealing a shocked expression. He had seen confrontations of techniques before, but those were magical attacks. He had never actually seen a magician with the ability to control physical objects from a distance like Yu Hong. Without the aid of resentful sand, the performances of magicians usually were just SOSO, stronger than ordinary people, but not by much. Of course, the top magicians were extremely lethal, but it was not as visibly evident as this. How is it? He waited for a while before asking quietly. This crab has been dead for a while. Yu Hong shook his head and frowned. It's been dead for at least 3 days, and it's already starting to smell foul. But just now, it still tried to attack me. Yes, it suddenly jumped up so high. Only Master you could have dealt with it. Anyone else might have gotten injured. Su Jianfeng nodded, swallowing his unease. Yu Hong pondered for a moment, discarded the still crab, and turned to face him. Mayor Su, I need to compile real-time statistics on the current state of the flora and fauna around Taizhou. What kind of real-time statistics? I mean, things like their numbers, whether they are diseased, their range of activity, and other detailed data. Will this affect our investigation? Su Jianfeng asked in return. It has a major impact.
Yu Hong nodded.
He needed a complete understanding of the spirit disaster's impact on the natural environment. He was familiar with the black disaster and the cold disaster was simple, but this spirit disaster raised the environmental spiritual fluctuation index silently every day. Up to now, the environmental spiritual index had already broken through 2. Yu Hong felt a sense of alarm at the rate of increase, but everything around him seemed normal. He had no clear idea what was being affected. He agreed when Mayor Su found a situation and came asking for his assistance, going with the flow. It might take some time. I'll go back and have the investigation team cooperate, check the entire timetable. After all, dispatching people to collect data in real time from various places can be much slower. Su Jianfeng frowned. No problem, as soon as possible is fine. Yu Hong nodded. Leaving the beach, Yu Hong returned to Qingchen Temple, ready to go back to his room for cultivation. However, halfway there, he overheard the idle chatter of the temple's new disciples. So many people died? It seems that's not all, mainly because that woman cheated on her husband, even transferred assets. The man couldn't bear it in the moment, took a knife and went to their house, 7 dead, 3 injured, sigh. Blood all over the place. And last night on Jinsong Road, a madman wielding a steel skewer from a barbecue stall stabbed 3 people, Reportedly after an argument with his family, he went out to take revenge on society. What does arguing with your family have to do with other people? Why didn't he just go home and kill his own family? Really King insane. Exactly. Yu Hong slowly walked into the quiet room and opened the window to let in fresh air. Outside the window was a quiet street on the side of the Taoist temple. People were coming and going on the street. Working men and women, young mothers with their children, senior citizens taking walks, small vendors calling out continuously. There was an inexplicable weariness and dejection on everyone's face. Yu Hong narrowed his eyes and suddenly noticed that everyone in his sight, regardless of age or gender, had bloodshot eyes. It seemed like no one had a good night's rest. A driver stuck in traffic leaned out to swear loudly, honking the horn incessantly. A man pushing a baby stroller wobbled along, looking dazed. A shopkeeper and a customer shoved each other over a discrepancy of a dime in change. Everything became a bit more irritable and restless. Yu Hong closed the window and lit a stick of incense to calm and clear the mind. He sat down cross-legged. Closing his eyes, he began again to immerse himself in the cultivation of the Guanwu skill. Ever since his breakthrough aided by elixirs, his spiritual power had indeed increased significantly, but the fierce shadow black giant, which should have been summoned, remained indistinct and unclear. It seemed innately insufficient. Although the elixirs allowed him to summon the black giant for combat without defeating the fierce shadow, the strength of the summoning was much weaker than he had anticipated. It seems that for actual combat, I still have to rely on spirit light. For Taoist skills, I must first bring the Guanwu skill to its pinnacle and acquire the special trait of the cultivation technique, then see. A good special trait is really a huge help for me. His current level of the Guanwu skill had already stabilized at the 7th layer. To break through, it was estimated that without several years, he shouldn't even think about it. Taoist skills determine endurance and qualifications, while magical attacks determine combat power. The Taoist skills that were enhanced by elixirs are innately insufficient, and I must compensate for this area before I can continue to make breakthroughs. Yu Hong thought for a moment by himself, significant breakthroughs will be difficult in a short period of time. Now he's just waiting for the enhancement medication for the black mark, to see if it could assist the promotion of the Guanwu skill. It was already February. By early March, the enhancement for the black mark would be finished, and then the results would be known. Setting his mind, he quickly immersed himself into the cultivation of the Guanwu skill. The innately insufficient 7th layer was slowly being compensated for under such devoted cultivation. But this kind of compensation required years of continuous effort to complete. And during this time, the trait of Tao breath circulation provided great help to Yu Hong. If it weren't for Tao breath circulation, he might only be able to enter like the old Taoists of the Yu generation, only to regress and fall in realm shortly after. Time slowly passed by. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 hours had passed. Knock, knock. The door was knocked upon. What is it? Yu Hong opened his eyes and asked softly. A letter has been sent from the ancestor court of the Taoist sect. It's regarding the end-of-year competition. The Taoist boy Fu Bai said softly outside the door. The letter is delivered personally by a special envoy from the primordial heavenly master mansion, and you are required to personally sign for its receipt. A special envoy from the primordial heavenly master mansion? Yu Hong frowned. His Qingchen temple was only a fringe force and had never been accorded such a treatment before, with a special envoy from the ancestor court delivering a letter in person. Clearly, this time it was either a special treatment or something big had happened. I understand. I'll come out immediately, he said in a low voice. He changed into a new Taoist robe, quickly left the quiet room, and arrived at the main hall. Inside the hall, Chang Shu was quietly briefing the envoy on the various situations of Qingchen Temple. The rest were waiting around, the atmosphere solemn. The envoy was not young with graying hair, looking no younger than 60 at a glance. His figure was upright with a green long sword on his back, his actions and deportment exuding a sense of straight and sharp quality. I am Tang He from the primordial heavenly master mansion. I have come to see Master Yu, the envoy said, taking the initiative to greet with a salute upon seeing Yu Hong approaching. So it is the renowned Fei Peng Taoist Tang He. I've long admired your reputation. Yu Hong hurriedly returned the salute. This man was a famous expert from the renowned Heavenly Master Mansion. The situation is urgent, so I'll get straight to the point. This is the official letter from the Ancestor Court. Please take it. Tang He took out a black metallic envelope from his large sleeve and handed it over with both hands. Yu Hong also received it with both hands. May I ask, Mr. Tang He, has something significant happened on the side of the Taoist sect? Last night, around 3:20 in the morning, the Seven Evil Alliance organized over 100 magicians to launch a surprise attack on the Buddhist sect's Vajra sect, and not a single one of the 74 people in the sect survived. This morning at 7:50, the Seven Evil Alliance dispatched at least 3 top magicians to attack the Nine Sects' Supreme Ningxu Palace, assassinating 3 elder Taoists of the Taoist Palace, and Palace Master Huang Song of the Ningxu Palace was seriously injured. An invaluable treasure kept in the palace was destroyed. Just half an hour ago, when I was boarding the plane, I received news that the 3 evils of the Seven Evil Alliance jointly tried to assassinate Master Mo of the Jinshao Temple, who was severely injured. If it weren't for Su Heavenly Master arriving in time, I'm afraid. As he spoke, Tang He looked at the shocked listeners of Qingchen Temple around him and continued. The Taoist sect and the Seven Evil Alliance have now gone into full-scale war. You must follow the instructions written in the official letter. Make all necessary preparations. With this letter in hand, in a critical moment, you can release the unique magic and activate the powerful technique set within it to obtain about half an hour of protection time to save your life. The situation is that serious? Yu Hong was startled and asked. Several small branches of the Taoist sect have already been eradicated. This time, it seems the Seven Evil Alliance is determined to have a head-on confrontation with us. Long Qingzi must have gained some exceptional confidence to dare to challenge both Left Heavenly Master and Su Heavenly Master directly. Tang He said with a sigh. All right, I have other tasks at hand. Master Yu, now that the letter is delivered, I will take my leave. He said no more, bowed to the surrounding Taoists, and then briskly left the main hall to sit in the sedan outside. Yu Hong clenched the official letter and gently opened it, to find a not-so-short letter inside. The main content was about the cancellation of the end-of-year competition. All sects to raise their alertness, cooperate with official departments in joint defense, and prevent any terrorist attacks that endangered public safety. Senior brother, what do we do now? Zhang Ming, who was listening on the side and was scared out of his wits, was the first to ask. At this point, he was extremely grateful that their Taoist temple had produced such a powerful top genius like Zheng Ro. Otherwise, under the tide of the Seven Evil Alliance, the entire Qingchen temple would probably be completely sunk by a single wave. Don't be afraid. With the support of brothers and sisters from the Mutual Aid Alliance, and with our own Spirit Light secret skill, even the Seven Evil Alliance would not achieve much unless they send their main force, Yu Hong said calmly. His understanding of the Seven Evil Alliance wasn't extensive, mainly coming from Qing Huang. The strongest of the Seven Evil Alliance is the Alliance Hierarch Long Qingzi and the Seven Evils. Each of the Seven Evils are top magicians and renowned experts, second only to the 2 Heavenly Masters in strength. But though they're strong, our Taoist sect is stronger. He looked around and saw the unease on the faces of the disciples in the main hall. There are top magician experts like that in every one of the 9 sects, 1 to 2 of them. We have an absolute advantage in terms of the number of top experts, so there is nothing to fear. In order to win, the Seven Evil Alliance would not likely disperse their forces to target small branches like ours. Instead, it's the 9 sects that are in greater danger because they are the main targets of the Seven Evil Alliance. With these words, the faces of the Taoists, led by Zhang Ming, relaxed a lot. Well said. Yu Hen and Yu Mo, along with a group of old Taoists from the Yu generation, walked into the main hall. The danger of the Seven Evil Alliance is still far away. Now, the trouble we need to solve is closer, Yu Hen said with a grave expression, looking toward Yu Hong. Elder, what trouble? Yu Hong felt a bad premonition seeing the expressions on the faces of several old Taoists. Zhengro, Lushan village near Taizhou, has been covered by a spiritual domain, and a total of 372 people have disappeared completely. I've just received a call from the stationed military district, asking us to set off immediately to assist in the investigation, Yu Hen said in a heavy tone. Chapter 359. All gone missing? Have government magicians checked it? Yu Hong's expression slightly changed as he quickly asked. They checked, confirming its residue of the spiritual domain and not of a common level. 2 magicians were backlash hit and perished instantly, Yu Hen replied. The 7 Evil Alliance and Spirit Disaster are erupting together. It seems that it's not a coincidence. Moreover, I suspect that this isn't the only incident in the vicinity, Yu Hong stated seriously. What are you planning to do? The elderly Umo looked at his disciple. He had already grown somewhat familiar with Yu Hong's approach. To prevent the unexpected, have everyone immediately use the spirit station as a point, connect into a line, blockade the inner area, and ensure the safety of everyone inside. Divide into 4 teams to patrol the surroundings continuously day and night. If they encounter unbeatable forces, immediately retreat into the spirit station and use the array there to counter the enemies. Could you arrange this, Master Uncle? Yu Hong looked at Yu Hen. Of course. Isn't the spirit station meant for times like this? To become a refuge for ordinary people and magicians in the surrounding area is indeed a wise move. Yu Hen now thought that Yu Hong's approach was precisely about taking precautions before anything happened, preparing everything possible in advance. Truly visionary. Notify the government there, call Mayor Su directly, tell him, within the 8-diagram array linked by the spirit station, some protection can be provided. If they encounter incomprehensible strange incidents, they should retreat into the range of the spirit station array immediately. Yu Hong continued. From the moment he heard the news of the 7 Evil Alliance's attack, his heart had been wildly pounding, as if something from the sky was pressing down on everything, pressing down on his every nerve. If his premonition wasn't wrong, starting today, perhaps the spirit disaster would truly erupt. This world might soon face the real apocalypse. After making all arrangements, Yu Hong did not go to Lushan village, instead letting Zhang Ming, who possessed the spirit light amplification, lead the team there. These Dao seeds are already capable and of good nature. With some training, they might well become usable main forces in the future. The current key issue is that the local Taoist sect lacks sufficient attention to the source disaster, only focusing on dealing with the 7 Evil Alliance. After everyone had left, Yu Hong stood alone in the temple hall, looking up at the huge statue of Heavenly Venerate. It seems I can only rely on myself. No matter where, one cannot escape the internal struggles of humanity. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, eventually settling on a crazy idea that he had been hesitant about. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. 2 days later, the case in Lushan village was declared to be completely buried due to mudslides and landslides. However, those who had seen the site knew that there could not be any mudslides, and landslides in the vicinity were even less likely. Zhang Ming led a team to assist in the investigation but found nothing. They only found that all living beings there, including livestock, seemed to have vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, in Qingchen Temple, Yu Hong officially received the investigative report sent by Deputy Mayor Su Jianfeng. Following the report's locations, he immediately led a team to inspect them. North of Taizhou, 7 Peaks Mountain. At the foot of the mountain, large stretches of grass and woods appeared faintly gray-black, lifeless on the surface without any sounds of birds or insects. The whole area seemed to have entered a silence mode suddenly. Rustling. In the woods, Yu Hong bent down with a small spade to scoop up some soil and examined it closely. The roots in the soil are all withered, he sighed. That's right, the death of this soil and woodland only occurred in the past few weeks. And it's not just that. Only 2 rivers in Taizhou, Wu River and Sanding River, are found with dead fish and shrimps floating, with the water emitting a foul smell. A member of the Environmental Testing Department explained from behind him. Is there anything else? Asked Yu Hong. There's one more thing. I'm not sure if it's related, said the professor from Taizhou University. specializing in environmental studies. Hesitantly. Say it, I'll judge, Yu Hong said. Lately, I've always felt that the frequency of having nightmares while sleeping at night has increased a lot. The old professor whispered. Nightmares? What kind? Can you talk about it? Yu Hong suddenly remembered the bloodshot eyes of the passers-by he had seen on the street. There's all kinds of content, but no matter what the dream, once dreamed, it always turns into a nightmare. The old professor said helplessly, rubbing his temples. Speaking of which, it's strange, but I feel much more comfortable and reassured being near you, Taoist. Yu Hong nodded. Knowing this was the effect of integrating cosmic divine light, spirit light, and inner strength. Anything else besides these? He asked again. That's all for now, the professor answered. All right, let's head back and discuss further, Yu Hong said solemnly. The two turned and left the woods, heading toward the bulletproof car waiting for them outside. By the black bulletproof SUV stood a fully armed, double-gunned camouflaged soldier. This was a bodyguard arranged by Su Jianfeng due to concerns for their safety. The professor was mostly walking toward the car, elaborately narrating to Yu Hong the details of the animal corpses they had previously come across to investigate. At that moment, Yu Hong raised his head and glanced at the camouflaged soldier. Li, are you feeling unwell? The soldier was lowering his head, standing straight but breathing rapidly, with sweat-drenched forehead hair, appearing quite distressed. No, I'm fine, just a bit hot. Hot, the soldier replied softly. That's good. Let's head back first. The professor nodded, opening the car door, about to get in. Just then, he suddenly heard a series of gunshots. Bang, 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 bang. The soldier's submachine gun began firing continuously. At this moment, the old professor turned his head and saw the jet-black muzzle of a gun being raised and aimed at him. His mind went blank, his entire body tensed up, and he was completely stunned. Bang! Just then, a large hand reached out from the side, suddenly grabbing the muzzle of the gun and pulling it upwards. Bang, 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 bang. A series of gunshots rang out, and this time all the bullets were shot into the sky. It was Yu Hong. The old professor came to his senses and saw Yu Hong, who had just had a calm expression, now with dark eyes and his right arm muscles bulging menacingly, protruding from his Taoist robe, gripping the soldier's gun barrel. Get in the car first, Yu Hong's voice sounded. The old professor had no time to react when he felt an invisible force pushing him, and he stumbled into the car. Bang! The car door closed. Outside the car, Yu Hong tore off the submachine gun that was out of bullets and pushed away the shaky camouflaged soldier with one hand. Shaoli! As he called out to the other party, he quickly took out 3 spirit talismans, but unfortunately, none of them worked. Soldier Shaoli sat on the ground in a daze, sweating profusely all over. So hot! Hot! While Yu Hong was examining the spirit talismans, Shaoli suddenly reached down, pulled the pin from the grenade at his waist. Click! Boom! A deafening fireball instantly enveloped Yu Hong and half of the car. The orange flames swept around, burning the dead grassland to a charred black in an instant. The dirt flew, creating a significant hole in the ground. The flames dispersed. Yu Hong, with a silver light shining on him, wore a grim expression, looking at the dead beyond dead camouflaged soldier in front of him. It seems like this is the real impact of the spirit disaster on the environment. He quickly checked the car. The side of the door was dented inwards, and 2 tires were burned and deformed, obviously inoperable. Bang! He forcibly pulled open the car door, pulling out the professor, who was dizzy from the explosion. We need to leave now. How? How do we leave? The old professor almost went mad. The car is unusable. Let's call another one on the roadside. Yu Hong grabbed the professor and quickly left the SUV, passing through several fields and reaching the highway leading to the city. A gray sedan was coming evenly from behind. Yu Hong stood by the roadside, waving his hands to signal it to stop. Hum! But instead of stopping, the car accelerated. Amid the humming sound, the car charged straight towards the two. Bang! Yu Hong stood still. A silver spirit light emerged in front of him, blocking the impact of the 3-ton sedan. Under his feet, a circular depression suddenly formed, the spirit light dispersing the impact force of the car. The silver spirit light stably shielded him and the old professor, leaving them completely unharmed. The sedan, in contrast, had its front lifted, the metal bar dented, and the engine hood emitting thick smoke, stopping right there, leaving the professor dumbfounded. Ah! Ha ha ha! I'll crash into you. I'll kill you all. Ha 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 ha. Although the airbag had deployed in the driver's seat, the driver still showed a crazed expression, frantically stepping on the gas pedal and shouting hysterically. Yu Hong glanced at him. The driver was a young man in a gray shirt, appearing to be an office worker, wearing black-framed glasses which normally suggested a gentle demeanor, but now his ferocious yelling completely shattered that image. With a flick of his hand, the inner chi shot out, shattered the car window, and wrapped around the man like ropes. Bang! The man was thrown out of the window, landing heavily on the highway. Kill! Kill, kill, kill! Even so, the man still shouted aggressively with bloodshot eyes. Yu Hong cautiously sensed his spiritual power fluctuations. In front of the bewildered professor, he took out a multimeter, pressed it closely to the man's forehead, and measured. Beep! The LCD display showed a value, 2.785. He's completely abnormal now, Yu Hong sighed. The normal adult male's spiritual power fluctuations are fixed at 1 on a multimeter. Now, this man's spiritual power fluctuations had reached more than double, meaning the extra part of the spiritual power in his body was either overdrawn or simply not his own. Do. The phone ringtone rang. Yu Hong quickly took it out and answered the call. Temple Master. It's bad. The city streets are in chaos. Cars are crashing everywhere. There are crazy people running around stabbing with knives. Zhang Xia's panicked voice came through the phone. Chapter 360. Madman? Yu Hong's expression slightly changed. Explain the situation clearly to me. Zhang Xia described the chaos she witnessed in a haphazard manner. Multiple homicides on the streets, cars ramming around. The situation was in total disarray, as if it was the end of the world. Don't panic. Contact Mayor Su immediately to see if we need to coordinate in maintaining order. Have all the people who are still relatively normal retreat to the inside of the array connected to the spirit station, Yu Hong calmly instructed. After the true outbreak of the spirit disaster, the weight on his heart seemed to lighten significantly. At this moment, his mood and spirit also calmed down. Yes, I understand. Seemingly infected by Yu Hong's composure, Zhang Xia also quickly calmed down and replied through the phone. There are still many visitors in the temple, all seeking refuge with the talismans we distributed. There's quite a number of them. She seemed to want to say more. Any of the 8 spirit stations can accommodate them. Let Master Yu Hen decide, Yu Hong quickly said. Yes. The phone call ended. Yu Hong, carrying the professor, decisively stepped towards the city center to return. Asterisk. A few kilometers from Zai Palace, atop a small abandoned building in the mountains. Run-down and tangled vines covered the outside of the building, spreading across the rooftop platform. A woman, cloaked in black with a white character of ominous on her back, stood on the building's edge, holding a lit cigarette, overlooking the magnificent Zai Palace. Where is Xian Jing? Without turning her head, the woman asked in a low voice. Leader, have you forgotten? He went to Shangyuan. Another woman, slightly petite, replied from behind. The responding woman was clad in tight-fitting black leather, with dense rows of black needles strapped along her thighs, her figure sultry and her demeanor respectful. I'm getting old. My memory is not what it used to be. The long-haired woman exhaled and casually snuffed out her cigarette, discarding it. She dusted off her hands, pulling out from the inside of her cloak 2 soft, rubbery golden spheres. Let's get started. To be honest, I have quite a fondness for Kuchan. After all, he's the rare top-level Taoist genius in recent years. But what a pity. He's in our way. The long-haired woman casually tossed one of the spheres forward. Letting it fall from the building, it plopped into a deep landslide in the forest below. Boom! In an instant, a massive column of gray smoke burst skyward from where the sphere fell. The smoke spun rapidly, expanding, thickening. In less than 10 seconds, it formed a gigantic column of air hundreds of meters in diameter. The column quickly enveloped the nearest abandoned building. Within the column, indistinct figures with dragon heads and human bodies in golden armor slowly emerged. Their vast and terrifying spiritual fluctuations scattered all around like money didn't matter, quickly covering the periphery. By this time, the two women had already agilely left the building, escaping the column's range. Finding a new location, they dropped another sphere. Instantly, a second column of gray smoke rose to the sky. It's about time. The long-haired woman moved back, watching the birth of two Yin-Chi sky pillars. Leader, just doing this, it's not enough to pose a threat to Zai Palace, is it? The woman in the tight outfit was puzzled. Of course, it's not enough. But this time, the two spirit disaster gates were fortified with extra ingredients, after much effort to collect them. Additionally, this area was their black disaster containment site decades ago. The long-haired woman smiled. So look, isn't that why? The big one is coming right now. The tight-clothed woman looked towards the Yin-Chi sky pillar that had just unfurled. Within the column, a colossal dragon-headed human, larger than usual, slowly emerged atop white clouds from the pillar. Mortals, bow down. The immense, overlapping waves of sound, along with massive spiritual fluctuations, exploded and spread out from the center of the tremendous dragon-headed figure like raging waves. Wow, what kind of monster is this? It looks very strong. The long-haired woman clicked her tongue in admiration a few times. Zai Palace now has something to deal with. At that moment, the second Yin-Chi sky pillar also began to form the shadow of a gigantic entity tens of meters tall. It was unclear what enormous creature was about to emerge. The two women did not linger, quickly leaving the area and disappearing into the distant forests. Leaving Zai Palace, where alarms were sounding, a large group of magicians swiftly approached. Foremost among them was none other than the palace master Yuqin, holding the sky stabilizing plate. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. End of February. Taozhou City experienced several dozen malicious terrorist attacks. However, with the joint enforcement by Qingchen Temple and the local police, the situation quickly stabilized. Later investigations found that these were young people excessively fatigued and severely sleep-deprived, suddenly unable to distinguish dreams from reality, leading to spontaneous mental illness and indiscriminate attacks on strangers. But just 2 days after the announcement was made, the explosion of a chemical plant in the suburbs in the middle of the night, as if a signal, thoroughly unleashed the prelude to the spirit disaster. Boom! In the dead of night, Yu Hong stood on the top floor of the Taoist temple, looking towards the direction of the chemical plant that had just experienced a secondary explosion. The fire, accompanied by thick smoke, billowed up into the sky, almost illuminating half of the night sky. The thick smoke spread, seemingly starting to shroud the entire city in a faint haze. What exactly happened? Chang Shu and the others stood behind him, similarly gazing at the fiery explosion, their expressions haggard. These past few days, none of them had rested well, all worried about the changes in the outside environment. But they were powerless. Even Yu Hong at this moment could not stop the invisible force of contamination. Has everyone been notified? Yu Hong asked. Yes, they're all in place, Red Snake quickly replied. Are we certain this is unrelated to the Seven Evil Alliance? Yu Hong asked again. We're certain. If the magicians of the Seven Evil Alliance entered Taizhou, we would definitely notice. Right now, all of Taizhou is our people, Headless Sword said with a dry voice. But, Alliance Hierarch, when can this disaster be contained? I've noticed that ordinary people on the outer ring of the spirit station have started to act strangely. That's a population of hundreds of thousands. If something goes wrong, the consequences are unimaginable.
Yuong Siged.
I have already submitted a request to the ancestor court of the Taoist sect. Rest assured, nothing will happen. He was actually very anxious. The request had been sent out a long time ago, and the phone call should have been quick. But so many days have passed, and there has been no response. He did not know the reason, but it was highly likely related to the Seven Evil Alliance. A great disaster is coming. Yet these magicians still have the leisure to fight each other. It's just, Yu Hong didn't know what to say. From the current statistics, the outbreak of the spirit disaster mainly encompasses several aspects. First, biological mutations. Second, air pollution. Third, contamination of the soil and waterways. These three aspects cause different ranges of impact, especially the air, spreading extremely fast and posing a great danger to ordinary people. Our three types of talismans are ineffective against it. We can only deal with the completely mutated people afterward. Temple Master, I've made contact. Not just our Taijo, but all surrounding areas have similar outbreaks. A certain number of ordinary people in the crowds suddenly show drastic personality changes, causing terror attacks, Red Snake explained. The officials are overwhelmed, severely understaffed, and have already called us back to help. Thud. The door to the top floor was pushed open. UMO and the other senior Taoists also came in. Accompanying them was Yushan and Yu Guang, who had only just been persuaded to return by Zhang Ying. As soon as these three senior Taoists returned, they faced the explosion at the chemical plant, and on top of that, the chaotic scenes they had seen on the streets with blood everywhere, attackers acting like madmen. The three old men were scared senseless. The three of you, do you see now? If you choose to live in seclusion, how would you deal with such a situation in the future? Yu Hong turned to look at the three men, sighing. Both Yushan and Yu Guang were silent. They had originally thought the situation was not as bad as Zhang Ying had said, but reality appears to be much worse. If they were still living in the wilderness before, once injured, they would undoubtedly run out of medical supplies. On the other side, Master Yu Hen also wore a grave expression, ignoring the inner turmoil of the three men. I had intended to contact Zai Palace for assistance, but they're unreachable now. Yu Hong fell silent for a moment, suspecting in his heart that something major had happened on the Taoist sect's side. Otherwise, they wouldn't even return a phone call. Where are the documents I organized before? Here. Fu Bai, the young Taoist, came from behind, carrying a stack of freshly printed pages. One for each person. Yu Hong gestured for her to distribute them. Yushan glanced at the people around him, took one of the sheets, and focused on it. Neat handwriting stated on it, Spirit Disaster Overview. This is the information I've collected and personally investigated about the spirit disaster and the black disaster. You may take a look, Yu Hong said. He was very clear about the black disaster, but the spirit disaster was different. It needed to be verified from scratch. Now it was the end of February, and in just over a week, the enhancement of the black mark medicine would be complete. Once he took the medicine and practiced cultivation, he might be able to advance further. This would give him more of a grasp on the spirit disaster. In the face of an unknown disaster, he believed that any possible preparation was necessary, because no one knew how powerful the spirit disaster could be or when it would end. So what he needed now was to mobilize everyone's strength as much as possible to make it clear what they were facing, not to blindly rush in and die, and to be able to exert force and stabilize the situation when needed. Yushan didn't speak out, but in his heart, he started to appreciate Yu Hong's efforts. He continued reading. I've classified the spirit disaster into several levels based on the approximate range of spiritual fluctuation values and the distinct states after an outbreak. 1. Ghost body. The most basic unit of the spirit disaster, according to statistical data, it is believed that they lack cognitive ability and only repeat actions along fixed rule trajectories. Such a spirit disaster usually has only one rule of killing. If you carefully figure it out, even ordinary people can have a chance to escape it. 2. Een spirits. Een spirits are one level higher than ghost bodies, starting to initially show patterned killing rules. For example, the tree bark grandmother whom Zhang Ming encountered before is such. using 2 or more rules to achieve her purpose of killing and consuming spirits. The rules woven by Yin spirits are stronger, more numerous, and harder to find loopholes in. They pose a great danger because you never know when you might trigger its killing rule.